Consciously breathe, consciously see, consciously hear. Stop allowing the mind of constant thinking to overrun your looking, your seeing, your hearing. What is this? Take back the right to ask a question that's not in the exam, that's not in the studying book. Pause. Freeze, frame emotions. Put an end to the non-stop complicated thinking. Step back from your identity. Step back from who you think you are. Step back from who you think I am. Step back from what you think this is. Step back from everything. Step back and widen out. Hear the hidden language. Hear the secret bird song of mindfulness and detachment. Step back, widen out, pause. Pause the mind, pause the body, pause the functioning, pause the existing. Pause with wakefulness. Be a vegan or be a vegetarian. I'm not hiring now, but it's possible that I will be in the future. So you can send me an email to express your concern, your interest. We've fallen into an idea that everything in this world is what we think about it. We have created a matrix for ourselves and our loved ones. The matrix of non-stop complicated thinking. We have liked and subscribed to thought after thought after thought, only being concerned with our desire, only being concerned with our fear, only being concerned with consumption. More and more and more, consuming, eating, taking in. We have become disassociated. We have become lacking in virtue. We have lost our access to authenticity. We have become a degenerate, a psychopath, a lunatic, a schizophrenic, a freak, a monster of inauthenticity, lacking totally in the will or the capacity to stop and look deeply. We've taken philosophical positions We've held on to views and thoughts. We have diminished our freedom. Now it's time to take it back. People eat whatever they want, they consume whatever they want, and then they wonder why they're sick, why they're fat, why they're ugly. I'm not talking about the body, or I'm not just talking about the body, but it is also concerned with the mind, the fatness, the dirtiness, the stinkiness, the ugliness of the mind, when all we do is consume. When we forget how to stop and look deeply. When we don't listen to the Dharma, but just listen to whatever we come across, whatever seems to be entertaining. So now is the way to lose the fat of the brain with mindfulness and detachment, to walk on the treadmill of mindful breathing. To let your ego lose. To stop pretending, and I know I have to teach this a lot, I have to say this a lot, to stop pretending that you know about things you don't know about. To stop pretending that you know about a person or people that you don't know about. To stop this life of disassociated pretending, always trying to justify who we are and what's going on and what our place in the world is. Pretending that we know about Buddhism and meditation when we don't know about Buddhism and meditation. Pretending that we know about the life of monks when we don't know about the life of monks. Allow the mind to be wide open like the sky. Empty the emptying. Pour out the cup of your thoughts, of your identity, of your beliefs, of your narratives. Abandon the box of your self-importance. Arrived, 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 at home, in the here and in the now. Beyond limits, beyond thoughts, not based in thoughts. experiencing not based in thoughts, seeing not based in thoughts, hearing not based in thoughts, thinking non-thinking not based in thoughts, feeling aware of the body, aware of the breathing, aware of the heart beating, not based in thoughts, seeing not based in thoughts, hearing not based in thoughts, breathing not based in thoughts, feeling not based in thoughts. Freedom from thoughts, freedom from thinking, freedom from beliefs, identities, views. Widen out. Brighten out the mind. Brighten out the body. Give out the whole body and mind. Widen out the whole body and mind. Stop dwelling, stop fixating, stop attaching. Stop holding on. Don't believe the mind. Don't believe thoughts. Don't follow around thoughts. Don't follow around what other people say. Don't follow around ideas, stories. Do not believe in a dualistic perspective about what's happening right now. Do not believe in separation. Relax. Release the whole body and mind. Forgive all thoughts. Forgive all words and phrases. Forgive all identities. Enable the permissions on not seeking. Enable the permissions on not seeking. Open up the settings in your mind and enable the permissions on non-duality. No separation. No dualism. Rock the boat of non-thinking. Rock the boat of not being someone. Rock the boat of your whole idea of your life being just another thought, like a dream, like an illusion. There is no meditation. There are no precepts. There is no beginning nor a destination. The new era is near. The revolution will be soon. Stop believing in thoughts. Stop being in a hurry to go over there. There is no over there. Over there is a lie. Over there is the world of colonizers. Over there is the world of genocide. Repeat after me. I have arrived. I have arrived. I have arrived. Repeat after me. I am home. I am home. I am home. Repeat after me. In the here and in the now. In the here and in the now. In the here and in the now. Everything. Everything. This is not an art project. This is reality manifest. Unbounded, unfolded, unrestricted. This is not based in thoughts. Widen out beyond convention. Widen out beyond who you know yourself to be. Widen out beyond your beliefs about the people that you think you know. Widen out beyond time. There is no past and no future. There never has been. This is the gospel of the enlightened one. This is the gospel of Siddhartha Gautama, who became a Buddha. This is the ending of suffering. This is the ending of believing in complicated thoughts and stories. This is the end of capitalism, communism. Widen out and brighten out the mind. Beyond thinking, beyond dreaming, beyond stories. Listen to the bell of mindfulness. Shut your trap. Shut your mouth. Stop thinking. Stop pretending that you're in charge. Stop pretending that you're God. This isn't Sims 5. This is life unfolded. This is the mind not based in thought. This is your body when it's not full of shit. This is your mind when it's not full of shit. Stop thinking. This is my classroom. This is my university. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. This is the emergency alarm for the crying of the earth. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. You've arrived in my classroom. I'm the teacher here. I'm in charge of this classroom. I'm the one who decides who gets an A plus and who gets an F minus. Stop thinking, stop thinking, stop thinking, stop thinking, stop thinking, stop thinking. The exam and the test will be based in non-thought. The reality of this experience will be based in non-thought. You want to make some money? You want to show up for work? Here's your job. Here's what I'm in charge of. Do not think. Do not think on the walls. Do not think on the feet. Do not think through the seeing. Do not think through the hearing. Do not think at all. No thinking. No scrolling. No beliefs. No stories. No pretending. Raise up your hand. Raise up your hand high. I vow to not pretend. Raise your hand out high. I vow to not pretend. This is my coaching course. This is my lecture. This is my priceless sharing. Raise up your hand high. I vow to not pretend. I vow to not pretend. I vow to not pretend. No thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking. This is your phone alarm. This is your phone alarm in the morning. No thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking. Raise the sails of mindfulness and detachment. Raise the pirate flag of no, no, no. I won't go to school. No, I won't believe in your ego. No, no, no. I don't believe in your small talk. No, no, no. I don't believe in your false identity. No, no, no. I don't believe in stories. I don't believe in time. Widen out, brighten out the mind, echo out the mind with the scream and the yell of no more thinking, of no more complicated thoughts, of no more stories. With each step I take, with each breath I take, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking. This is not suppressing thought. This is just another thought that happens to be happening that says no thinking. No thinking, no thinking, no thinking, no thinking. No thinking in the eyes, no thinking in the ears, no thinking in the nose, no thinking in the body, no thinking in the mind, no thinking in the tongue. Stop making excuses for trying to poison the world with your beliefs and your narratives and your ideas. Stop making excuses for your greed, for your anger, for your delusion. You want to get a degree? Well, you're in the right place. This is game over. This is a new beginning. This is the way of mindfulness and detachment. Relax and release the whole body and mind. Do not come here and pretend to know who this is. Do not come here and pretend to know what's going on. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Control is an illusion! Control is an illusion! Control is an illusion! There is no I, there is no self, there is no other. You are not and have not ever been a real true person in a real true story. Daniel Craig is a fraud. James Bond is a fake premise. There is no such thing as past and time. These are just thoughts in your mind. Open out, widen out the mind. You are not in control here. Self-sacrifice. Sacrifice yourself. Open up your heart. Open up your body. Open up your mind. You're a drunk. You're a degenerate. You're disassociated. You're complacent. You're consuming. You're not doing anything but trying to get money for yourself, and you can't stop thinking about bullshit in your own head. Widen out and brighten out beyond your complicated thoughts about yourself and others. End thinking once and for all right now. Don't pretend to be the power man. Don't pretend to be the smart man. Don't pretend to be the one that's in charge. You've been drunk, you've been high, you've been sleeping. You've been complacent. You've been addicted to your smartphone. You've been drunk on media. You've been drunk on distracting yourself. And now when you can't distract yourself, you make up some BS about what's going on. You pretend, you fake, you try to fake it, you try to pretend. You're not going to get away from it here. You're not going to pretend here. I gotcha. Pretenders aren't allowed! Stop pretending to be in charge of things. Stop pretending to be in control. Stop pretending to be God. Stop pretending to be the judge. Stop pretending to be the high thinker. You gave up. You lost. You went down the rabbit hole of nonstop thinking. You went down the rabbit hole of nonstop desire. You went down the rabbit hole of letting go of generosity. And now, stop thinking. 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 No more thinking. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. I'm in charge here. Woo, 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 woo. Woo, 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 woo. I gotcha. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. Together. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I am water reflecting what is real, what is true. And I feel there is space deep inside of you. I feel free, you are free, we are free. It's a brand new day. It's time for a brand new way. We've been lost in a world of AI slop. We've been lost in a world of our own sloppiness. Growing up, we didn't have a mentor. We never spent much time with groups of independent, empowered men. We never spent much time with groups of independent, empowered women. We were neglected. We were fed Coca-Cola, McDonald's, Nickelodeon, Cartoon Network. We were taught to disassociate and to consume. We were programmed by the matrix of the American dream, and I'm here to tell you that now is time for a new order. Now is time for a new way of being. Now is time to open our eyes and open our hearts and open our bodies and open our minds together with everything. I am not crazy. I am not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. Say it with me, everybody. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm the 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 crazy. Let it rain! I'm not afraid of you! I'm the Maisie Star of Buddhism. Relax, relax, relax. Life is scary. Trust me. I'm not going to be able to give you a bigger jump scare than the local lunatic at your job that's forcing you to do things and hitting on you and God knows what, thinking about God knows what, thinking thoughts. No more thinking. No more thinking. We've had enough LGBT pride parades. It's a time for a no more thinking parade. Okay, you identify as LGBTQIA+, I identify as NMT+, no more thinking plus. Let's have a parade for not thinking, for no thinking. That's our kick. That's what we like. That's what we get excited about. We don't like to think. Let's get together in March. No more thinking. 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 I'm gonna call up my grandma and tell her I don't think anymore. I am not crazy. I'd like to make a formal declaration to the government of the United States that I am officially, presently renouncing my citizenship. I renounce my citizenship! No more thoughts. Everything. I'm the Mr. Beast of Buddhism! You think you can intimidate me? You think you can make me feel fear? You think you can make me look around like a boozabah? I'm the boozabah! I'm the one that boozes the bar! Not you! I'm the one that rings the bell. You are the one that hears it. I will not be intimidated. I will not be controlled. I will not be influenced. If the police come, if the government comes, if the U.S. consulate arrives to take my passport because I've renounced my citizenship publicly, I'll do what has to be done. I'll tell them that this is where I take a stand. I'll tell them that this is how I find my hat and umbrella. Naturally. What? Whoa. Hey everybody. How did I get here? I remember putting on this hat, but because I left my yellow one at the graveyard, but that's weird. There's my hat. W's in the chat, everybody. For those who don't know, my name is Rob, Mr. Rob, or Mr. Monk Life Meditation. Some people also know me as the Real Power Man. Let's get some W's in the chat, everybody. It's morning here in the cemetery. It's an absolutely fantastic day. It's drizzling a little bit, but it's also cool and refreshing. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. This live stream is about mindfulness and detachment, Buddhism, meditation, becoming free from suffering, and we take that very seriously here. Sometimes we have, some of the kids come along and they like to troll and they do stuff like that, but really this is a place for everybody. We don't exclude the trolls. We don't tell them, that they're not as strong as us or they're not as cool as us or anything like that. We welcome everybody to share what they can. This is a place where we can be flexible, where we can be expressive, and we just want to check in and make sure that there's an authentic intention behind the way that we're being and the way that we're acting. That's the most important part. And within the context of that, as long as nobody reaches out and says, hey, I'm going through some things, I need some help, we can just go along on our way and we can really enjoy it. We can really have a good time together. Okay? Great to have everybody here. Sure, I can show everybody the Real Power Man picture. One of my friends set this up. And I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. That's not a joke. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And now I'm not a monk, but I'm still here on YouTube, sharing about meditation, answering questions. And if you look at my channel, you can see I do a lot of live streaming and a lot of sharing. And honestly, this isn't about making anybody religious. I'm not even here to give anybody homework. All I'm here to say is that this is me. I'm living my life. I'm concerned with enlightenment and freedom from suffering. And if you'd like to spend time here and walk on the path together with me, you're very, very welcome. Okay? I just request that don't be here as a consumer. I know that some of the young men don't really have a choice, but don't be here as a little bajubada. Okay? We've got our tolerance for bajubabas. We're really here to listen deeply and share deeply. Hey, who doesn't love memes? I love memes. But when we go around trying to, push out meme after meme after meme, and our tank is low, and then we reach into toxicity and weirdness and negativity to try and get some kind of attention, that's anti-meming. That's anti-Roblox. That's anti-PS5. And I don't think that's the direction you want to go in your life. I want to go for snowed-in PS5 VR vibes with all of our best friends coming together and having a good time. So if you don't have the juice to put out a high-tier meme, to be creative and to be, really put yourself out there, then shut your mouth and listen. Because I'm here to help you juice yourself up and get those high tier memes ready to go. Not to just keep blabbering and blabbering and blabbering on a bunch of nonsense about how low your memes are and how disassociated you are and how much you need attention. I'm giving you attention. I'm here looking at the screen, aren't I? Okay? Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. I'd love to have the new Samsung phone, but I don't. This is an older one. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Oh, we're here to protect each other. Let's get this straight. We're here to protect each other. We're here to be heart to heart, mind to mind, open with each other, to be on the path together, to practice sharing, caring, protection, resource redistribution, generosity, deep listening, to be, to somehow realize that this isn't just a recording or an AI video game or a movie, that this is real! That I am real! I'm in your home. I'm in your mind. I'm in your life. I'm in your school. I'm at your workplace. I am real! Which hat is this? W. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. We got a lot of lonely losers out there. A lot of people scrolling. Stop scrolling! Stop scrolling! Monk's creepy. Mental health is terrible nowadays. And you know in what sense what is worse and more problematic than how bad mental health is these days is mental strength. Is depth, heart, fortitude, authenticity, sincerity. You see what I'm saying? Everybody's a bullshitter. I told you all. W's in the chat! I told you all, didn't I? Put W's in the chat! Listen, I told everybody. Everybody's a faker. Everybody's a loser nowadays. Everybody's a pretender. Everybody's... They're all talking to themselves. The only reason they want to talk to you is because they get a chance to look at another version of themselves that they can yap onto. Alright? I'm breaking the barriers. I'm breaking the barriers in your mind. I'm breaking the blood-body barrier. The blood-mind barrier. We got some tough kids in here. You're a tough kid? I'll show you what tough is. I'll show everybody what tough is. Yeah, sound barrier. Thank you, Tien Kung Tu Si. Namo Ayida Feng, 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 Na I am Bitch Boo! Don't hesitate. And when you hesitate, let it go. Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa. 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 Everything take its turn in its own time. Who's to say? 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 Who's to say that it's this way or it's that way? Who's to say that you're like this or you're like that? Who's to say it's time to wake up or it's time to go to sleep? Who's to say that this is nice or this is mean? Who's to say the ground is wet, the grass is green? Who's to say the sky is blue, the mind is free? Who's to say the green grass grows and the air flows by? Who's to say? 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 I'm the Jay Guapo of Buddhism. This is my moment. This is my time. Say it. Say it in the chat. He's the Jay Guapo of Buddhism. If you know what that is. You want to see what I see? Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed, Rat. You do your part, I'll do my part, okay? Thank you, Flux. I really needed to hear that this morning. So I told it to myself, and I asked somebody to say it back to me. And Flux was the person who stepped forward. I'm going to work my intelligence on the tip of my foot up your ass, Woodstock. How about that? Yeah, we should go and have a coffee, shouldn't we? And so, 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 Namo Guan Shi Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Pu Sa Namo Guan Shi Yin Pu Sa Yin Pu Sa Namo Amitofo Namo Amitofo Mitofo Namo Tofo Namo Amitofo Amitofo Namo 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 Amitofo Amitofo Namo Amitofo Namo Amitofo. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. And even though we are the smart guy, the smart one, the cool one, the one who knows about things, we also know in a certain part of ourselves, we know that there's a lot that we don't know. We know that there's parts of ourselves that we don't even understand. So instead of being so easy to get lost in the sauce of complicated thinking, pretending that we know everything, pretending that we're in our own little anime show, and we're that little anime guy that has everything figured out, little Dexter, little walking around like that, right? You're the... We know that there's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot that is unknown. And so this is especially to open to the unknown, to be strong AF, to be a heavy hitter, to widen out, to brighten out the mind. And I know a lot of people, you might think under your tongue, this guy's crazy, this guy's crazy. I'm not crazy, 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 I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm gonna love my foot up your ass, rat, if you don't watch that little mouth of yours talking nonsense. You're not the king of the world. You're not God. You're not the maximum understander. You're not Mr. or Madam of the universe. You're not an eternal of understanding. You're not the Fantastic Four of knowing what's going on. You're just a little shit, aren't you? And you're pretending to know who I am and pretending to know what this is. And that's fine. I fall into that category sometimes too. So let it be. We don't always have to be the one in charge. The one who understands everything. We don't always have to be the one who has some big fat stupid opinion based on bullshit. We've actually got to unlock the key of our heart and unlock the key of our mind to be able to see without believing in our own thoughts. That's where real seeing is, isn't it? To hear without just being lost in the hearing of our own thoughts, so that we can actually see what this is. Because what we do is we disrespect our curiosity and we pretend. We pretend like the YouTube channel here doesn't have hundreds of videos of me as a Buddhist monk teaching meditation over the past 7 years. We pretend that we know someone that we don't know. We pretend that we know about a context that we don't know about. Do you know about Buddhism? Do you know about meditation? Bradley James, do you know about having my foot up your ass? I'll show you fired up. And then we make up pretend stories about trust fund, but really what it is we're disingenuous. We've lost our ability to engage with life in a meaningful way. And then our only way of engaging is whatever drama we can get hooked up into, because it makes us feel like there's some meaning in our lives. It makes us feel like our opinion is somehow special or important. And look, I have nothing against people. If I had a big trust fund, I'd be a different person. I'd be very happy with that. Or if I don't know what that would be, but if you were right about what you said, that's great. But the fact that you're wrong about what you say, and yet you're confident to say it, is the danger of the world, my friends. There's so many confident, ignorant adults running around there, so many confident, ignorant people, that I'm sorry, but I'm here to put that to a stop. You're an ignorant idiot. You're an ignorant fool. So stop pretending that you're not, so that you won't have to be an ignorant fool. People all the time, constantly, are compulsively pretending that they know about everything that's going on. Or a situation happens and then they, because they want their opinion to be important, they rear up their head of judgment and pretend that they know about things that they don't know about. And we're simply not going to allow that here. Okay? Super Kami Guru, I was a monk. Was was Big W's in the chat. Come out, everybody! So, our head is so full of thoughts that our ears are blocked up. Our eyes are blocked up. Our heart is blocked up with thoughts. So we somehow have to take a laxative for the heart. We've got to take a laxative for the eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body and mind. The essence of non-essence is my foot up your ass. Welcome, Bex. I'm not crazy. 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 People say, well, you're not allowed to do that. And I say, what about the Maoris? What about the New Zealanders? They're allowed to do that, aren't they? I'm 0.02% Congolese. You don't know what I'm allowed to do. I took a DNA test. They told me I was 0.02% Congolese. Did they say you're not allowed to do that? Says who? They didn't tell me that. And anyways, just because somebody tells me something doesn't mean that I believe it. Just because I think something doesn't mean I'm contractually obligated to believe it. I'm not working for my mind. What do they say? They say the mind is a horrible master, but a great slave. So make your mind your slave. Make your body your friend. So a slave and a friend. That's what we're working with here. No, this was a genetic test. I took a genetic test that made it very clear that I'm 0.02% Congolese. And that's the way that it is, and that's the way it's always going to be. Is it going to be a tough day or an easy day? I don't believe in war. I don't support war. I don't support violence. What is it like? I always ask this to people. I would say that I love funny. Laughter is one of the great joys in life, and I'm always sniffing around for Mr. Funny Pants, Mrs. Funny Pants. Usually there's not too many of those around. That's why I always try to actually encourage and include the trolls, because it's such a shame for their playfulness and their, their interest in levity and, you know, exploring different ways to approach things have become so toxified. I don't know what kind of 20, 25-year-old, 30-year-old men that they're watching on YouTube or meeting up with in Discord channels or whatever that are leading them into this life of low-tier memes or toxicity. But, comedy is all about freshness. It's all about inspiration. It's all about heart. It's all about playfulness. It's all about community. So that's also what I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with building community, with making a place that people can feel that is safe and reliable to come together and to practice and to listen and to play in whatever ways that we can. But in terms of me being like, am I here to provide comedy? I know what I'm doing. I know what to do here in terms of making sure that the light is shining out to many corners and that is very accessible. It's like you might open up a shop, but nobody's going to look at it unless you go out in the street corner and start screaming. You know what I mean? So those screams, that's my skibbity toilet riz of the Buddha, of the Dhamma, of the Sangha, of mindfulness and detachment. And I'm not ashamed of that. And I know that it's like a lot of our society has been built up on institutions established by adults. Where are the institutions that were established by children? So it's not just that this is like what I aspire to be like this. And I'm at work, I'm kind of at work right now. This is my job, this is my work, to reach people and to maybe work on some of the spirits that are out there in the world. But, I aspire to be able to go to some kind of conservative American Buddhist center full of, white meditators, as they tend to be, and go and scream at everybody. You know what I mean? So, what is it? Well, firstly, I don't want anyone to take themselves too seriously, because if you take yourself too seriously, you're also going to take your trauma very seriously, your suffering very seriously. And in the world that we live in today, it's very difficult to connect with authenticity or sincerity, because it's something that has to be learned through experience. So I guess it's not that I try to be unserious, but I try to express sincerity in absurd ways. And maybe in that expression of sincerity through absurdism, it becomes clear how if we don't have a connection to sincerity or authenticity, our head's just full of shit and we don't know what to do at those most interesting and new moments. That doesn't change the fact that I'm the real power man. And then we get people, and so for me it's like I don't believe in aggression, because I lived the life of a monk for 7 years. So so I know how to go, I know how to leave, I know how to abandon, I know how to forgive and renounce. This doesn't need to be my house. This doesn't need to be my situation. It doesn't need to go my way. But just being open to going with the flow. The motorbike's there. Look, everybody, this is the most important thing in my life. It's also the most rewarding and enriching thing in my life. So I rented it for 3 days. I've tried to make good use of it. But look, I'm busy all day. And the only option for the motorbike is that I cover up the screen and put it in a box, for like however long it takes me to drive it around, and then take it out to be back on the live stream. And you know, riding that around is ultimately not as essential to me as staying connected and staying live and staying accessible and available. You know, but I do have to return it today. I have to return the motorbike. If YouTube was a little bit different, then sure, that's one of the things I'd like to do, is like live stream and be able to talk, not read comments and stuff, but just be able to talk in the microphone while driving. But it's too dangerous. And YouTube's community guidelines aren't very clear. A regular bike? Well, I don't think you can do that either. When your wife needs protection, you need to forgive yourself, black and mild. Because that tendency towards aggression, or that tendency to affiliate or get involved with aggression, you know, that's where you go wrong. I mean, if it really comes down to it, if you're really talking about black and mild, and you know your wife's being attacked, you go there and kick ass. But you go there and kick ass from a place of mindfulness and detachment. You go there and kick ass with compassion. You go there as a way of protection. Yeah, minimization, reduction, release, etc. And that's great, you know. I'm not a monk. I was a monk for 7 years, and I'm an advocate for veganism. Oh. Just learn how to smile. Ladies love when I smile. So you just, when you see the lady that you like, go up to her and smile. Really big. The bigger the smile, the bigger the impact. No, but really, I always tell this to young men, and it's especially true for young women, but it seems like young women don't exist online, and that's for good reason. It's a dangerous place. People are just, this world is so psychotic and disgusting, and we have to kind of actually learn how to not endorse the notion of how disgusting people in the world are and is when it comes to others. And that it's very dangerous, it's a very slippery slope to use that energy when we're talking about people of the world, you know, because it's a kind of hate. So what we can use... This puppy looks really cute. Oh, this little... Look, this is supposed to be a pit bull. Look at this. Look at this. This is supposed to be the scary pit bull, and it's just a sweet baby. Oh-choo-choo. 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 Very sweet. Very good. Very sweet. Very good. Oh-choo-choo. Oh-choo-choo. Doesn't get better than that. Look, flowers. Oh, wonderful. It's supposed to be a big pit bull, but just a baby. Woo. It's not just, listen, okay, I want to be very clear about this. It's not just men, okay? Women are as problematic as human beings are, okay? Just like men. The problem is it's lust and testosterone, lust and aggression. Aggression can take all kinds of different forms. And when you have a society of men, of young men, that don't have access to living a meaningful life and being involved in all kinds of service and also mentorship and engagement with community, you've got deeply repressed and frustrated and desiring young males. And the way that we're living these days and this is not just an American thing, this is a human thing, or Western thing. The way that we're living these days, we're supposed to be the king. We're living like alpha monkeys, but we're actually not alphas. We have access to resources, but we don't have access to women. And that leads to all kind of horrible, horrible things. There's, you know, that really don't bear to be repeated, honestly. So that feeling of disgust, that sense of disgust, what we can offer that towards is food. What we can offer that towards is lust. What we can offer that towards is the body, how disgusting the body is if you cut it open. Imagine if I unzipped my body right now and opened it up, organs and blood and pus, and it'd be the worst thing you've ever seen in the world, wouldn't it? So that's why it's all the more important that we take a stand like this, and we consider about the path like this, we consider about mindfulness and detachment like this, we consider about virtue like this, we consider about generosity like this. This is why I emphasize generosity so strongly, and why it's such an important part of the teachings being shared here. You have to learn how to sacrifice what you're attached to. You have to learn how to abandon what you desire. But I'm gay. All right. That's not what we're talking about here. You have to stop identifying yourself with non-stop desire. I desire this, I desire this, I desire this. Okay, shut up. Practice generosity, practice mindfulness and detachment. We're going to march in the street talking about what we desire, what our sexual desires are. I'm sorry, but that's not a good idea for a new society. Okay, a new wave of marching in the street about our desires. But you straight people, or whoever, don't you get a high-minded idea either. Because you're marching in your own way about your desires. Right, aren't you? You're marching in your own way about your desires. If I had a hammer, I'd hammer in the morning, I'd hammer in the evening, I'd hammer all day, I'd hammer out a warning, I'd hammer out a thunder, I'd hammer out a love for all my brothers and my sisters all over this land. If I had a drum, I'd beat it in the morning, I'd beat it in the evening, I'd beat it all day. I'd beat out a warning, I'd beat out a danger, I'd beat out a love between my brothers and my sisters all over this land. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Honestly, frankly, totally, I'm doing what I want to do. There's nothing more that I want to do than be here with you right here and right now. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. He's the Jay Guapo of Buddhism. He's the Christina Aguilera of non-duality. He's the Avril Lavigne of mindfulness and detachment. Big enough to walk and to mind my steps. So I want you to make sure that you mind your steps too. What am I always telling everybody? I'm telling you, be very careful while you're here. Be very careful what you do. Be very careful what you say. Namaste, hello. Oh, I like to get let's go for the Columbia. Yeah, cappuccino, hot cappuccino. And maybe I get something else, so I pay at that time. Yeah, that hammer song's a brutal one. It really sticks in. I did mention, I did talk about how I had my dream was just like a rage, myself in a rage, for an extended period of time. It's like losing something or forgetting something, Kev Flock, nothing but the best here in Malaysia, so we're gonna get a cappuccino hot. We don't do that in Buddhism. We don't do dream recollection. We don't do self-based therapy. So a dream is just a dream. It's just emptiness. It's nothing important, nothing in particular, nothing to hold on to. It's no more useful to hold on to it than to hold on to the moment-by-moment sensations when you rub your fingers together like this. It's not more or less than just this. It's an ordinariness. It's a kind of. It's not really neutral. It's not really pleasant. It's not really unpleasant. It's not any of those things. It's like non-feeling or non-perception or non-inclination or non-thinking. And then it's an access to be absorbed in that or to abide in that. Right? To be absorbed in that non-absorption, to abide in that not abiding. But it's not really any particular way of describing it or talking about it. This is just like sounds to help orient towards the natural, to orient towards what is already. And don't be upset or don't be worried about being of lower income or not having so much money. It really doesn't help as much as people think that it does. Being very wealthy or being able to go to Ibiza or go to some kind of party island, we know what happens there. So it's really not that good of an idea to be seeking after, chasing after this wealth, this pleasure, this success, but actually knowing how to stop and to step back and to settle in non-thinking and in non-seeking. And relax, especially for the young people or whoever who's gotten this idea in their head about they're going to make money and they're going to have happiness or they're going to be successful in their lives. A lot of times, firstly, you're not going to become wealthy, and secondly, even if you did become wealthy, you would still be suffering. And then thirdly, what about now? It's like we're ready to sacrifice our whole life for some goal over there. There is no over there. And the real way to sacrifice our life is to start living our life with mindfulness and detachment, to start penetrating to the core and to the root of life as it is, right here and right now. Regardless of what we hear, what we think, what we come up with, it's all just nonsense. So what? Well, Ronald, stay tuned, stay connected. You might not have the energy or the will to go out to the graveyard and scream and yell and live stream, but I do. So you can share that experience with me. And especially, there's something wrong in this, Ronald. How old are you, Ronald? You want to let me know how old you are? And AWOL, I'm going to AWOL my foot underneath my right foot, underneath my left calf, the left side of my calf, and it already is that way. I'm going to sit that way. Walking is free, and then running is free too. So you can get a lot of experience that way. Oh, thank you so much. But I will say one thing about Malaysia, about the culture here. The key flock, when did I say you could call me Rob? You call me Master, okay? You call me the Great Master. You don't call me Rob. Do you hear me, Kev? Do you hear what I'm saying to you? It's just a little bit dry. There's a lack of wetness, of moisture. In Vietnam, it's very wet, it's very moist, it's very overflowing. In Malaysia, there's a lot of dryness. And Ronald, I don't know if you left or I don't know if you're here or whatever, but you need to focus. Ronald's saying how to have more experiences without money. You need to focus, and then you need to be generous. So you should be focused enough here. When I say, how old are you? I mean it. I mean, answer now, or I'm going to throw my phone across the room and start screaming and yelling at you. You're not having more experience, not because you just don't have money. It's because your head's full of nonsense, and you're disassociated. You're not focusing. You're not listening. The coffee is delicious here. This is a Colombia Finca San Jose Estate natural barrel fermentation. It has notes of whiskey, wine, dark chocolate, and almond butter, and it does have those notes. Acidity, medium. Sweetness, medium. Mouthfeel, creamy. And I think here in Malaysia it's because there's more of a homogeneous, standardized outside culture, and then each of the different groups, like the Chinese or the Malay or the Indian, they maintain very strongly their own culture and their own language, but it's insular. And the outside culture is like speaking English and like being in a TV show or something like that, a Malaysian TV show. Amitofo. That's how I describe it. Thank you, Caleb. If Milan wasn't so expensive, I certainly would. I've been to Milan. Is a beautiful. Milan is Italy is really a country that has my heart. And maybe Europe. Maybe there's a lot of places in Europe that are very interesting. And I also I get that idea as well sometimes. I get that idea about going to travel to this place or that place, but if I can't make the best use of where I already am, then there's no reason for me to go anywhere else. And then all of this idea to go somewhere else and do something else can be very based in seeking and chasing for something that I think I can't get or can't give myself. And I can give myself everything that I want and need, because what I want and need is to be happy, healthy, wealthy, blissful, creative, in community, accessible. That's a big thing. That's one of my biggest things. For whatever reason, I want to be very accessible. And that's why I'm feeling very inspired by being here in Malaysia right now, because the 4G and the 5G is so good and stable. How can I be in the graveyard, in the Mongolian graveyard, and streaming in 1080p? And that's what people need. That's what a lot of people need. Maybe Ronald had to go. He had to go do something. And we get these ideas about, I can't share personal information. I can't tell people what country I live in. I can't tell people how old I am. It's just nonsense. You're just a crazy person. That's why you think like that. Really, it doesn't matter how old you are, what country you're from. anything like that. AWOL, I'm gonna Kiwi Farms my fist, okay? I'm gonna Kiwi Farms my fist. You watch closely what I say and you listen closely to what I do, all right? Kev Flock, and people like AWOL and different people, they talk a big talk and they like to get off on the talk, but can they walk the walk? Can they come together to practice mindfulness and detachment, to listen deeply, to step back from their little computer screens and their little phones and their little That's your attachment, Kev Flock. And this is also the thing. People have money. They think that there's something special about that. They have a fancy car. They have a nice place to live. They can go and fly around. They're just as retarded as anybody else. They just know how to hide better. They have better conditions to hide and to put on fake drip and fake ice and fake freedom. It's completely conditional. And when you see how selfish and reclusive and how far these people have managed to shove their head up their own rear end with their wealth, it's not something that we want to aspire to as a society. The last thing we need is more wealthy people in the world. You know, these people are disgusting. These people are degenerates. These people are completely lost. And I'm here to wake them up. I'm here with the map. And they're so selfish. Wealthy people are some of the most selfish people in the entire world. And it's their, you know, it's their children that end up like Donald Trump. You know, yeah, he's the president of the United States, but I wouldn't want to be him. You want to be Donald Trump? That's how it happens. But I've got a nice car, but I've got money, but I'm comfortable. Who cares? It's not about what you do for yourself, it's about what you do for others. What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Practice generosity seriously. Detach. Sustain the ending of involvement with thoughts. Mark you mark, if you say one more word like that ever, you will initiate a countdown. Do I need to repeat myself? You say one more word like that, one more sentence like that, one more phrase like that, you will initiate a countdown. Do not act like that here. Mark you mark. If you think I sound miserable now, go back to the beginning of the live stream. Now, to bring this up, because this is something we used to deal with back in the TikTok days. When I got started in the live streaming world, it was through TikTok. And, very often I would have a lot of big streams on TikTok. At that time, there was no YouTube Shorts, and there certainly was no YouTube live streaming algorithm. So maybe somebody at Google or somebody heard my voice or got my message about discovery, algorithmic discovery. Now the thing they need to change is to recommend live streams. And please email Google about this, anybody, if you have the time, for the live streams to be algorithmically recommended to the type of people who are interested in the type of content that is ongoing the live stream. So people who are interested in Buddhism, and the people I really want to get my hands on are those Reiki freaks, those spiritual 5D psychedelic monsters. I really want to get my hands on them, but so that if they're on YouTube and they're doing like that, that this live stream is going to be recommended to them because I was a former Buddhist monk. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. They have to listen to me. Fire Tiger, it's just there. Of course, there's nothing inherently wrong. There's nothing inherently wrong with people coming together and having sex with each other and giving each other back rubs and shaking around on the ground and ringing singing bowls and doing all that. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. Okay? If people want to do that, people can do that. So it's not those people themselves that are the problem, but it's those people trying to recruit others and trying to get others involved in spirituality, especially young people, under this background of a lot of complicated thinking. And so these innocent or people who are new to the path of spirituality and they're interested, etc., are getting swooned into this spiritual 5D, not lineage having, not tradition having, crystal Reiki bullshit parade. And it's just not a good idea. And people are missing out on wisdom, they're missing out on community, they're missing out on the path. Well, you can say it works for those people, but it's not really just about those people, you know? It's about everybody. It's not just about you, it's about the children. And then we get into this point where that the children aren't your children. You don't own children. Children aren't possessions. So there's a lot of things, a lot of interesting ingredients that America has brought up, that America has gotten right, or the European perspective has gotten right, and there's a lot of things that they've gotten wrong, like genocide. What was I going through before I became a monk? Well, the point blank period of the matter is that when I graduated from high school, my mind was becoming completely destabilized. And anyway, that led me to find meditation and Buddhism, and that led me to become a monk. Now, that's the easiest way to say it. But being psychotic, being schizophrenic, being completely depressed, being completely anxious, etc., etc., and also Fire Tiger, it's not just for the children or the innocent people, but it's also for people who are maybe like in their 20s, in their 30s, and now they're trying to get, into spirituality, and they're all getting picked up into these, these retreats and these practices that don't even let people know that wisdom exists. Don't even let people know that we've figured this stuff out in terms of spirituality, in terms of reality, in terms of suchness or thusness, etc. like there's layers and levels to this. There's the relative moving up to the absolute, moving up to, non-attachment to the relative, non-attachment to the absolute, moving up to bizarre, 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 etc. And this can be explained to people, this can be shared with people quite easily, but everyone's so caught up in ringing singing bowls and the next person who has a bunch of money to start up, a meditation center or a spiritual center where they bring in all these, yoga people, and there's just no wisdom being shared. And so now all the children of these people have to deal with their parents being high on kundalini sex parties and ringing bowls, and there's no wisdom, there's no insight, there's no challenging. And I don't agree with that. So after high school, I began my education through travel. So I left home and I started exploring the U.S. My first training was, other than just life experience, was training with the Native American church. So that's a church, a community from the Native American background that does peyote meetings and also sweat lodges. So I went to 3 peyote meetings and maybe 2 sweat lodges, and those were very intense and deep and meaningful. Those are like those are also like 8 or 12 hours, because you go into the teepee as the sun's going down, and then you go out of the teepee when the sun's coming up. So anyway, as I went through all that, and then I went to live at a Buddhist meditation center, a Zen Buddhist meditation center, for 1 year in 2014, 2015. So that's actually really important. You kind of have to start young. You want to start as young as you can to be oriented towards meditation or facing the mind, especially when you have mental health issues. So I got really, really lucky. I had a 1-year intervention of practicing meditation regularly, living in community, and just being along with a way of life, a way of practice, and getting access to some teachings. And that eventually led to a few years later, when I attended a 10-day Vipassana retreat, when I lived at some monastery in the US, and that eventually led me to going to Thailand and ordaining. And since ordaining in Thailand, and I want to address this, Rat, I wish you were not such a pretender, and I know it's because you have this underlying rotting and molding and degeneration inside of your soul that you're trying to cover up with, like, I don't take things seriously, and I'm like Mr. Cool Guy and Mr. Third Position Thinker and stuff, and that's fine, but I wish you'd be more authentic. So what that led to was a lot of meditation retreats throughout the world, studying with a lot of meditation masters, and over 7 years just continuing to deepen and open and unfold my path. So it's interesting to say this, but over 10 plus years of meditating and being on the spiritual path, etc., and having all of my housing and food and teachings and resources provided, I've never paid money like that for a meditation retreat. You know what I mean? Even at that time in 2014, 2015, the temple even gave you a share. They gave you a portion, like the residents of the meditation center, a portion of the overall donations through programs and things. and they didn't charge you to live there. Now that's changed. Now you don't get a share of the donations and you have to pay to live there. So that's why I spit in the face of organizations and institutions like that. It's great that they're doing what they're doing, and I'm sure they're doing a good job, but I still spit in their face. Psychedelics are not inherently spiritual, but that was an experience that I went through. Psychedelics can lead to people having a very big sense of grandioseness about their perspective and their position that can be very selfish and self-fixated and very conditional. And a big part of what I work with, because yeah, you can say like, well, I'm playing video games and I'm high and I'm on sedatives and I'm on codeine and I feel fantastic. I feel great. I can't deny that. But my teaching is that it's not just about how you feel, but your capacity to affect others deeply and meaningfully. And also, how can you be free unconditionally? How can you have a deep sense of knowing that you can face and transform suffering in all kinds of conditions, not just when life goes the way that you like it to go, not just when the temperature is right, not just when you can control the people that are around you, not when you can just be in control, right? So like rat, and then it's another, and I know that rat is not being genuine, rat is being disingenuous, maybe because of the underlying rot in his psyche. Or their psyche, which is fine. But he said, let's pretend that Rat's being completely genuine and honest here. Rat said he got tricked, he got grifted. Now he's tricking and he's grifting. It's almost like a rap. Paid thousands to do drugs in a tent, then paid thousands to be a monk. If you've got the cash, you can be whatever you want, right? However, I never paid a single dollar. I even never made any donation in going to 3 peyote ceremonies, overnight Native American church ceremonies. I never paid any money to be a monk at all. I didn't donate money to anybody to become a monk. Actually, that can happen in Thailand, that can happen in some places, but that was never my experience. So when we know how to stand behind our words, to stand behind what we say, we take responsibility for our wrongness, and we recognize that our wrongness has a root of ignorance and attachment, and then we stop taking our bullshit ego so seriously. And then that's where our authenticity actually starts to come out, and our openness to learn, to share, to explore, to stop puffing up our chest and pretending to be, some big important loser. You're not important, you're not a loser, you're a pretend winner. So stop pretending and stop focusing only on winning. Life isn't just about winning. Life is mostly about losing. And ni no ni, if you're still here, worry about your own semen, okay? If your way of living in the world and your way of being a young man or being a person on the street and going down your path is going around and asking people how long they've been retaining their semen, maybe there's something that you're not quite getting, that you need to get from here, from listening to me, from being here with me and relaxing your mind. My teenage years and my life growing up was very unstable because my parents divorced. My dad remarried a woman with severe bipolar with psychosis, stage 3 bipolar with psychosis, who was also used a lot of substances. And we traveled around. We went around to a lot of different places to live and different schools. I went to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different schools growing up, and I was never really established anywhere. I never really had a home in that way, or a home community. Kev Flock, I'm gonna get you out here to Malaysia, and I'm gonna bring you to that graveyard, and I'm gonna wrestle around with you on the ground. Yeah, so when I ordained as a monk, I basically had nothing. I gave up my job and my life and my possessions and where I lived, and I just had a little bit of money, a little bit of savings, enough to get over to Thailand, and enough to not be, you know, psychotic on the streets trying to figure out what to do, because you can't really approach it like that. That's not the right way to approach being a monk. Help me, help me, help me. You know, that means that you're not dealing with, or you're not doing something that you can do and that you need to do in your own life. And now you're looking to be a monk as an escape, right? So you need to stop, pump the brakes a little bit, save up some money, and be ready to, you know, take care of yourself a little bit, to go and start exploring becoming a monk, or leaving your life, beginning to abandon your life. Yeah. Well, I consider, because Kev Flock, remember that I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've attended meditation retreats all over the world. I've studied with meditation masters all over the world. So I know that you think that basically means that I put my arm up my own ass and now I'm waving around the stink and the muck and the nastiness of shit and nonsense. I know that's what that means to you, right? But for a lot of people, that kind of, and for me also, that kind of lived experience is not equatable to stinky shit or just random opinions or whatever that you come up with in your mind to put something into a box that's you don't know about, you don't have experience with. So it's like you're pretending to know about my experience, you're pretending to know about my position, you're pretending to know about my perspective because it makes you feel more comfortable in your position, right? Superior, inferior, whatever. Being equal, that's also, me and you are not equal, Kev Flock. You haven't attended serious meditation retreats around the world. You haven't studied with meditation masters around the world. You weren't a monk for 7 years. We're not equal. That's just your ego pretending so that you can stay in a state of stasis, in a state of complacency and consumption and selfishness. Your lived experience is just like a TV show. Shut up, shut up. You can say that all you want, but that's not true. You know that you're pretending. If my assumption is wrong, then it's wrong. I don't need to defend it. I don't need to defend my wrongness if it's wrong. Same for you. So this is just your invitation to look more deeply. But I'm not a monk. I was a monk for 7 years. I'm not a monk anymore. So the teaching here is, the more that you give, the more that you get. The more that you give, the more connected that you can be to community and to others, and we can move on, Kev. And so when we have this like built up or accumulated wealth and we don't give it away, no, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, Lonk Mife. What's going on? Kevin, you've done it again. Lonk Mife, please go and make another account. I didn't mean to hide you there. Wait a minute. No, that's another person. I didn't mean. What's going on? I did not mean to get you guys out of there, the two of you. That's not what I'm trying to do. Okay, finally. Now let's move on. I'm sorry, guys. Please go make another account. Because I don't think I can unblock you. Lonk Mife. It doesn't give me an option. So, and also that this is not for everybody. I'm not here to cowtail or to kind of personalize this experience for you. This is for people who really want to be here and to practice and to give and to let go of their ego. And so when we have someone who's like coming here to comment or coming here to judge or coming here to offer their discernment, right? Offer their understanding about it. I just tell those people, go and take your understanding and throw it in the garbage, or better yet, put it in the recycling, put it in the compost, and let go of your fake superiority. And the reason that I encourage people to practice generosity here so much is because that's what we're here to do. So you have to find a way to practice generosity concerned with this environment, like practicing meditation seriously. Sure, like making a donation or volunteering or supporting, my livelihood, my ability to be able to do this. But it's not about some story about the other people or you or me. It's just a way of giving up what we attach to in a way that makes sense. And so then it's like we're making a commitment, we're practicing renunciation, we're doing something that we can't turn back from in terms of giving. And over time we get better and better at generosity, we get better and better at detachment. Okay. So I'm gonna, try to give my all, try and give as much as I can for this. This is the most important thing for me. Melvin, I'm not really worried about money for when I'm older. Firstly, because I know how to sacrifice myself. I know how to abandon myself. I know how to give up my life. And I'll help you too, Rat. So like what I'm doing right now is my retirement plan that's not based in the future. And my present and my future are as much as I'm able to, not totally, not completely. And people start to get bitter, they start to get frustrated because they start to feel close. They start to feel envy. And the reason for that a lot of times is because you're a selfish prick. And you want what I have. Or you want to be important in this situation, or you want in some ways for this situation to be about you. And the reason that you feel like that is because you're not practicing generosity. You're not making a donation. You're not volunteering. You're not taking this as seriously as you want to take this. And you can't understand where I'm coming from because you're not able to detach. You're not practicing to detach. You're not putting into practice what's being said here. So then you get frustrated. Okay? And maybe it's too harsh to, to hide or to block or to say, enough is enough, but I'm still here, I'm still available. And you can make a new YouTube account to make a comment or whatever, and you'll be welcome. It's not about you personally. It's just that there, and this isn't always on the negative side, like people who are frustrated and, they're not very experienced with all this and they're frustrated and they're curious, etc. It can also be for people who try to see that this is theirs. Like, I belong to them, or this community belongs to them. But they don't really do anything. They don't really give. They don't listen. They're uncooperative. They are reluctant volunteers. And so reluctant volunteers need to shut their mouth and get out and listen. Or things will change. This environment isn't so that we can have like a position of self-importance or a position of ownership about what's going on, or a position of understanding of what's going on. So that's the way that it's not like investing, because we get a percentage, right? Well, I own so much, so and so much of Monk Life. I've donated so much and so much, etc. to Monk Life. So this is kind of mine in some way. This is not mine. This is not yours. So it's an interesting process. It's an interesting process that we're working with here. And it's not that we have to be super serious, especially for the young people. I'm not saying you have to be super serious here. I'm saying I'm the power man, and nobody's going to come here and poison the water. Okay? I'm your Stan. I'm your spirit animal. I will walk with you. I'm your Warcraft, World of Warcraft mount. Okay? Mount me. That's what I say. Concerned with how we walk with the spiritual family. We walk with who we invite into our hearts. All right, Skunk, I'm going to take a look at what you said here. Where are you at? Are you in the U.S., Skunk? You've got crippling anxiety. Your girlfriend dumped you. You've got crippling anxiety. Yeah, wild donkey, mount me. Ascending is overrated. Ascending is overrated. Ascending is not what the path is about. Can I get one more of this? Can I get the yogurt bowl also? And yeah, there's avocado inside too, right? Yeah.
And one more of this coffee.
Yeah.
I'll get you.
A cappuccino, hot cappuccino. Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, Skunk, please listen closely to the words that are coming out of my mouth. What country are you from? Anyways, regardless of that, see if you can get disability. See if you can go to the government and tell them that you're an anxious, mess. You're an anxious, disaster. See if you can get on disability. In the Nordic countries, they do that all the time. But regardless of that, you're 21. You're a young person. Stay tuned, stay connected, and this life is to explore. This life is to widen out and to brighten out. It's not to just how am I going to get a job? How am I going to get my apartment? How am I going to get a car? That doesn't work for everybody. Not everybody's like that. You know? It's overrated. And also, the world is changing. You can't afford a house. You can't afford a car. You know what I mean? You can't afford to live in a decent place in a lot of countries, in a lot of places around the world for young people. And, you know, who's to say that you can get a job that pays any money? So really be patient and open and stop the struggling and the striving. I talked with somebody not too long ago who was, they're like going to university and they're working a job and they're taking care of their family. So they should be, everything should be going good, right? Everything's, you know, they're healthy and wealthy and they're putting forth all this effort and all that kind of stuff. No, they're contemplating ending their own you know what because they're overburdened and they're you know lost in all of this expectations of others that have been fed to them. So if you're living a life where you're considering to, you know, end your own you know what, that's not a good idea. You have to stop that. And we have all these people in the world that are like, well, you know, I'm working this dead-end job at McDonald's. My life is a nightmare. My relationship is a nightmare. The place where I live is a nightmare. I may as well harm the body. That means that they're angry and they're confused and they're frustrated. We have to learn how to detach, how to renounce. What is PIP and UC? To renounce, to detach, to abandon, to forgive our involvements, our identities. I like something about that. There's something in that that's beautiful. I don't know what it is, but so you need to be patient and open and ready to explore, man. Ready to have new experiences. Ready to come. Really, more people need to be ready. The people who want to, you know, come, monk, Mr. Rob, you know, I'm going to come and practice meditation with you and that kind of thing. The people that really want to do that probably don't need to do that right now. But the people who that kind of thing doesn't even come to their mind, you should be open to that kind of thing. To come and learn and practice and join and follow. And you can do that in a lot of different ways in your life. To go outside the box of what you're used to. Hello, how are you doing? It's good to see you here. Good morning. Very good. Very good boy right over there. You know, we've become disgusting as a society because our community life and our minds are just in the screen, in the politics, in the wealth and the luxury, in the self-indulgence, in the self-importance, in the ego. And we've lost our heart feeling. You know, that's what, you know, countries like Vietnam and different places like that, Thailand, they really know how to resonate, especially Vietnam. They really resonate a lot with the heart feeling. They rely on that a lot instead of what they think about things. Who told them they're a good thinker? Because they passed a test at school? Because they got a 4.0 GPA? Because they got some degree? So now you're a professional thinker? You're a philosopher? All right. Yeah, I bet you are. You wouldn't know a good thought if it struck you like lightning struck you. You wouldn't know a good thought if it hit you over the head. So, you know, it's really to relax and to open up and to, you know, to be opened up in this vibrant way that's not about anything in particular or not anything in particular. You see? It's not that you have to do something or that you don't have to do something, and that's the space of openness. That's the space of freedom. It's not that you have to do something. It's not that you don't have to do something. That's where communication takes place. something about that I like. I don't know what it is. There's a heart behind it. There's a love behind it. There's a kindness behind it. There's a softness behind it. There's a freshness behind it. You know, shit stinks. And what are we all? What are we all? We're all shitters, aren't we? Every single one of us is a shitter. And shit stinks. So that means that you stink and I stink and everybody stinks and we're all shitting all the time, every other day. We're going around shitting. So what are we going to do? Well, let's talk about that. Let's think about that. You know, and then we're envious and we're jealous and we're frustrated and we're superior and we're inferior. We don't even know what we're talking about to begin with. We're stuck in a soap opera of our own ego. Look at this. Wow, this is so beautiful. You know that? It's really a treat. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, what a joy. You just take it away, all right? Take it away. And remember, your local monk broadcasting station is entirely supported by donations from viewers like you, patrons like you. The cappuccino in my hand is the generosity in your heart, and very much appreciated. All right, Soul Rebel, I can get behind that. Yeah, you need to relax more and more. Oh, this is the, thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Right, like YouTube, same, just like YouTube. Oh, that's gonna be great. I'm messy. Hey, Shmoil, that's too far. Don't act like that. You know better than that. Ooh, that's a good idea. There's a symbol above the door in this coffee shop. Oh, wrong picture. As if there's such a thing as a wrong thing. Look at this. You see that? What the heck is that? What's that about? So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Uh-oh. What is a privacy complaint? Is that right? Is that right, Sarah? Kala Chakra, Tibetan Buddhism. So the people here, they must have some connection, some relationship with the Tibetan Buddhism. Maybe that's why their coffee is so good. Okay, 2:20. We've received a privacy complaint, friends, on the YouTube channel. So we're gonna have to take a look at that. 2:20:01 to 2:20:28. 2:20:01. Let's watch this together. It's hard to get the point right. Okay. Deprioritize special, exciting experiences and how to reorient towards what is already being experienced, and to take refuge in experiencing without conceiving, experiencing without adding thought after thought after thought. Okay. YouTube sent me an email that there's a privacy complaint in this. Goodness. We have an offering. We have a donation from Tyra Jenkins, who I haven't met before. And Tyra said, "The value of this is insurmountable to actuality." Thank you, Tyra. And that's a very beautiful message. I don't know. I don't think that's a problem. It's just a YouTube. YouTube sent me an email and said, "We've received a privacy concern about your content, but it does not imply a violation. No action has been taken." Is that violating personal information? Thank you for your donation, Milad. Very much appreciated. Yeah, it's probably a good idea, I'm lucky, but it's maybe not a big deal. How are you doing, sir? Now, many people here may think that I'm a normal man, a normal person, but I'd like to show you something that might just change your mind. This is a normal piece of napkin, is it not? Normal piece of napkin. Now, when I begin to tear up this napkin, we may think and we do believe that that is unrepairable, that is undeniably unrepairable. True or not true? The napkin in my hand is ripped up and torn up. Is that true or not true? Not a snowflower, it's ripped up and torn up. Is it true or not true? Just in bits and pieces, isn't it? Now, if I am to something like that, if I'm able to empower with mindfulness and detachment, then this napkin goes from being torn apart to being brand new. Not a rip in sight. Thank you, Paul.
It's our 10 years anniversary, so we can spend during both our V1
Free ice cream, yes, please. I get a free ice cream because it's a 10-year anniversary and I'm a big customer. Ni hao. Ni hao. Ni hao. Hello. Namaste. God bless America. Huh? Skunk, you have to stop. You know that your brain is broken. You know that your brain is broken, don't you, Skunk? So, you have to detach from your own understanding. You have to detach from your own way of thinking about things. Your own way of thinking about things is just the steam, the smoke of the broken brain that you have. You have to detach from your own understanding. Instead of knowing who you are and knowing what's going on and knowing what your life situation is, don't know who you are. Don't know what your life situation, don't know what's going on. Instead of asking me how long do monks meditate for per day, ask me what's going on. Say, tell me what to do. Okay? So that we can get that broken brain fixed up. We're going to fix that broken brain by detaching from the mind that you know, detaching from your understanding, detaching from your independence. Your independence is insanity. You have to become dependent to become independent. Okay? I'm the real power man. You're the brain broken person. So detach from the brain broken person and rely upon the understanding of the real power man. What is the understanding of the real power man? Mindfulness as it is, experiencing as it is, mindfulness without attachment, not thinking, listening and not thinking, seeing and not thinking, hearing and not thinking, etc. Okay? There are no monks, there is no meditation, there is no per day, there's no per diem. Okay? There's no day, there's no night, there's no yesterday, there's no tomorrow, there's no you, there's no me, there's no nothing. Whatever it is, you've got to know how to let that go. I knew I should have brought my bag of diamonds today, but I didn't. Just here and now. You've got to, when I say detach from your own understanding, it means you need to empty out the imposed authority of your mind and your thoughts and your beliefs and your understanding. It's wrong. You have the wrong understanding. You have a cup full of the wrong understanding, the wrong thing to drink. So in front of everybody, right here, right now, pour it out. Pour out the cup of the wrong understanding. It's like IPA, it's like a bitter beer, but not too bitter. Say it with me. Repeat the mantra with me, everybody. My brain is broken. I vow to detach from my thoughts. My brain is broken. I vow to detach from my thoughts. My brain is broken. I vow to detach from my thoughts. Yeah, you can say it that way too. Oh, thank you so much. You're so kind. Like a crystal. Just like a crystal. You got it, Paul. You got it. Skunk, are you getting high? Hold on, Skunk. Are you joking with me right now? Your brain is broken. Your life is a disaster. You can't even go down the street to the market because of how insane you are. And the solution is for you to get stoned and ripped out and flipped out and tricked out like that on weed, on drugs, on skunk. You're playing with your life, man. There's no wonder you're going to have a big problem. You have to stop smoking. You have to stop drinking alcohol. It might very well be a medication, but most of the time, it's a coping mechanism. I always tell people what most people need is to eat shit and drink piss. That's what most people are missing out on in their lives. Sure, you can think about it that way, Ashley. But where's the ceremony? Where are you going to do that? Nowhere. You have to eat and face suffering. You have to eat and face the suffering, not find a way to feel better. Okay? I'm not mad at you, Skunk. I don't want you to suffer, but what if you had what if you had an anxiety problem and you were drinking alcohol as your medicine? Are you kidding me? Who are you trying to joke with? And that's one of the big problems with weed is everybody, oh, weed's a medicine, weed's a medicine, weed's a medicine. My foot up your rear end's a medicine. Okay? You're not walking around looking for that. You like getting high, you like getting stoned, you like getting drunk. Admire away. And release and relax that admiring mind. I always tell people, I say, weed is just like an alcohol cigarette for most people. There's not something special about weed, right? You put it in your butt, you put it in your eyes, you put it in your ears, whatever. It gets you tripped up. It gets you drunked up. You can do it. We are a lot, I'm telling everybody, we are a lot more sensitive than we think that we are. We have a lot more intelligence than we think that we do. We have a lot more capacity to work with the mind than we think that we do. You know what they say about the Dhamma, the teachings that we've been sharing and listening to here? Free ice cream. They say, it is that which cures that which was thought of as uncurable. It is that which cures that which was thought of as uncurable. That's what we're working with here. You know, people say, but he's going through something. Yeah, and he's going to be going through more when I put my foot up his ass. Okay? Yeah. Your problem ain't sleeping, bud. Your problem is a broken brain. Okay? And the weed's not doing anything but getting you more high and messed up and flipped up and tricked up. You don't need to sleep. You're walking around sleeping 24/7. You need to wake up. And the last thing you want to do when you wake up is rip the dab. I've been there, bud. No, relax, skunk. Big Daddy Bante's right here. I'm holding you, right here. I'm holding you in my heart. Don't be scared. Put your hand, feel your heartbeat. I'm there with you. I used to be a dab man. I was living in Seattle. I was living in Seattle and I'd wake up. I had a dab rig. Shizzle, if I find out that you smoke some dabs after eating dinner, I'm gonna come over there and I'm gonna dab my foot. Okay? You want my foot to be dabbed? You want to get high off my foot? Don't you dare. Everybody here. I want to be very clear about this. Everybody here. The people who are getting stoned and ripped and tripped and flipped up on drugs, the people who are taking psychedelics, the alcoholics, the functioning alcoholics who are here, we're stepping back. We're toning it down. The vape addicts here, we're starting to relax it. We're starting to step it back. You smoke every day because you don't know anything else, because you don't know how to detach. No, that's okay, thought. This is mainly for Americans and Western people. Okay, this is for you. Don't worry about what Jamaicans are doing. Don't worry about what I'm doing. This is for what you're doing. We're relaxing the alcohol consumption. We're relaxing the weed consumption. We're relaxing all these kinds of things. We're calming that down. We're stepping back. We're making some space in our lives, a little bit. Okay? Yeah, and you're probably a weak stalwart, a weak degenerate, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. People, they only think about the short term. And then they're just walking around and masturbating and putting weed up their rear end and getting high on edibles and watching movies and TV shows. Good luck. Well, you do what you want to do. But when it comes down to it, shizzle, just know that you don't stand a chance. Just know that you don't stand a chance. You meet me in the arena, loss. Why? Because I'm prioritizing mindfulness and detachment. Because I'm prioritizing doing all kinds of good deeds. Okay? because I'm cultivating blessings, because I'm practicing mindfulness and detachment, because I dare to not do what I could do, because I dare to do what I couldn't do. Okay? And be patient anyway. It's just, do we really want our life to be about getting high? Or do we want our life to be about being free? Do we want our life to be about getting drunk? Or do we want our life to be about being free? Is our life all about consuming psychedelics and having altered states? Or is our life about remembering so just remember. See, even somebody like Stalwart Shinobi knows exactly what I'm talking about. So when my experience about getting high, being a dab king, being an emperor of THC, is that at the beginning, it, trips you up, flips you up, then you feel relaxed, then you feel tired, whatever. But eventually, weed, THC, just becomes like a sedative. You're not really there anymore. You're just sedated. You're in the clouds. It's like everywhere you walk, there's a cloud in your vision. There's a cloud around your ears. So you're living a sedated life. And it gets to a point where all you want to do is smoke, entertain yourself, sleep, eat, and do whatever you got to do to go back into that process of entertaining yourself, smoking, sleeping, and eating. So you're kind of existing in an animal realm. You're existing in this position of being a pretender and a faker. Somebody who just wants to get high, somebody who just doesn't want to deal with anything that's not about them feeling good. And it's a romantic idea. It's kind of a romantic way to live. But when you really step back from that cloudiness and that sedatedness, what you see is that what you have is valuable. And you shouldn't just be using what you have to make yourself feel more pleasure, but actually to go beyond yourself. And to realize that, you're going to die. And then we have people like Skunk, right? So, you don't realize, you don't see as much as you think that you see. You're not as clear about who you are and what's going on as much as you think that you are. So Skunk is stoner life, right? Freewheeling. We're freewheeling. We love getting high. We love sleeping. It's our medicine, man. But you didn't realize that, Corey, there's a temple I want you to visit in Jacksonville. One of my main teachers has a temple. One of my original teachers has a temple in Jacksonville, Florida. And all the while that I know Skunk, I'm just using you as an example. As you were, Skunk is, I love getting high, I love smoking, but Skunk is so anxious, he can't even go down to the town around the street. And so that way of being confused and convoluted and disassociated and kind of intoxicated in that world of creativity, it's very difficult for you being able to work with the mind. We have to be sober to work with the mind in a realistic way. Yeah, Monk Temple, that's right. It's a really good place, Corey. Really good place. And also we, taking on more responsibility gives us more opportunity to become enlightened and to become empowered and become free. So it's like how I view it, a part of how I view it, how can you live each and every moment where you're ready to be with children? Or where if children were around you, that you would be setting an example that somehow made sense, right? Even if I was running around and screaming with a group of children around me, and they were running around and screaming too, no problem. Trust me, children got a lot of bigger problems than running around with somebody in a former monk in the graveyard and yelling at the sky. Children have a lot bigger problems than that. And so when we are getting drunk and high, I'm just smoking dabs, man. You're a degenerate. You're a lunatic. I don't care about your art. Nobody wants to buy that art. Your art is getting high. Your art is being addicted to the feeling of being disassociated. Now do you... Don't come around my children. Don't come around my people that I'm protecting. Okay? When you're dabbed out and flipped down the cemetery, the reality is that if you were in that situation where a lot of children were looking towards you and following you, and you were dabbed out of your mind in the cemetery, you'd have a seizure, you'd have a panic attack, you'd be a freakazoid. Whereas me, I'm ready and prepared to lead children in the cemetery. Because I'm not high. If I was high, I wouldn't be ready to do that, wouldn't be able to do that. Too much responsibility. So there's nothing like virtuous or wonderful about being a degenerate. It's not the same as smoking weed once in a while or having you could have a beer. I could sit here and I could have a tall, frosty IPA, depending on the percentage, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm drunk. You can have a beer and not get drunk, but for a lot of people, they're not able to do that. If they drink a little bit, they're going to drink a lot because they want to get drunk. So this is the teaching to not want to get drunk. For me, the United States of America is like a haunted house. And also, for these drunk and high people, these degenerates, I don't have a problem with it. I'm happy, I'm ready to spend time with you, but if we are living together, if you are coming to stay at the meditation center because you want to become more brilliant and bright and happy and free or whatever, you're in your room smoking up your dab rig, and now I've got to come in there and try to kick your ass, but I can't kick your ass because you're disassociated, you're fogged out of your mind. So you have to be ready for me to shove my foot up your rear end, okay? That means sobriety. It means being sober. And I understand why you guys do that, because it doesn't seem like there's any avenue to lead a meaningful life that's not about getting high. Right? Yeah, Colorado, legalize shrooms. Oh, when are we going to legalize SSRIs? We're a skip and a hop away from heroin addiction. We're a skip, a hop and away from fentanyl addiction. It's just a lighter version. So when we take on more responsibility, okay, James, I'm going to defend my foot up your rear end, okay? When we take on more responsibility, we see the joy of sobriety. When we don't take on more responsibility, we have less opportunities to develop blessings, to cultivate bliss and freedom and peacefulness and spontaneity and creativity within ourselves. And it's not just about you selfish little monsters. Okay? You selfish big fat monsters. It's not just about you. How about your nieces and nephews? How about, the people that you interact with in your life and how your embodied presence resonates with them and affects them? You know what I mean? You're so ripped up, you're so drugged out that, you know, when your child or your brother or your sister or your niece and nephews or whoever, your cousins come over, you're too drugged out to be with them. And this is what I was trying to talk about earlier, to transmit experience. Someone said, how do I get more experience? I need money to go travel. I need to go to Bali. You know what I mean? You have to, we all have a responsibility to transmit our experience so that you can have the cheat code, you can have the quick route to develop, to not make the mistakes that I made. Not because I write it out for you, because I tell you my life story and sign you up for a coaching program, but it's because my heart is open and my mind is open, and I'm sharing that, and you can receive that. We send these kids to school with who knows who, some person who has a degree. Everybody's got a degree. A degree doesn't mean anything. That's just normal to have a degree. Oh, I have a degree. Oh, you're a teacher. Who are you? What's your religion? What do you believe in? Are you concerned with mindfulness and detachment? Are you concerned with the truth? I want my children to be taught by someone who's concerned with the truth, not who's got a degree. A degree in what? A degree in ignorance and attachment. But these issues are the biggest in America, and the problem is that the modern world is just America is drinking from the soup of the American toilet. But I tell you what, I think America is falling. I think America's on its way out. They don't have to know anything about anything because they're not teachers. They're memorizers. They facilitate children to pass an arbitrary test so that they can get an arbitrary degree. And how much more true that is going to be in the age of AI. It's a fake degree. It's a fake education. You're crippling your children. You're disabling your children in a lot of cases. Especially in America. Here in Malaysia, children grow up, they know 3 languages and different things like that, so you can't fault that. No, when we have a community like this, when we have a space like this, when we have someone who's facilitating like this is your place to share your suffering. This is your place to get, publicly a foot shoved up your rear end, like for our dear friend Skunk. This is a place to share our experience and share our suffering. This hat is from W University. I graduated in 2014, 2015 from W University. How long does it take to get a master's degree? 7 years, 5 years, 7 years? I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, so I've got a master's in Buddhist monkism. Self-accredited or non-self-accredited. Okay? You want to see my degree? I'm going to show you my degree. Okay? It's really empty. It's a degree of emptiness. Well, just relax. Focus, conscious breathing. Remember, conscious breathing. But it's not enough. Once again, it's not enough to derail into homeschool your kids or build communities. Stop derailing and stay on the choo-choo train of mindfulness and detachment. Nourish the root Don't fixate on the branches or the leaves that appear. All right, James. You're fired. Everybody forgot about that, right? Everybody forgot about The Apprentice and Trump saying you're fired because he's just been a meme machine so much. But you, my friend, you're fired. Get out. Shut up. I don't accept disagreement. Okay? There's nothing to disagree with here. You want a disagreement? You're gonna disagree. I'm gonna disagree my foot up your rear end. There's no disagreement allowed here. There was someone I was talking. There's like a Tibetan kind of Discord server thing that I know about, and I was talking with this person because they left a comment. They said, you know, this thing I disagree with my teacher about. I said, you disagree with your teacher? Well, then they're not your teacher. And they said, well, you know, we can disagree about things, and I disagree with disagreement. Okay, well, let's all take it slow. The middle thought is non-thinking based. So we have to develop our relationship with non-thinking instead of our relationship with agreeing and disagreeing. It doesn't matter if you agree or disagree, it's just a thought. You put so much importance of your ego into you agree or you disagree. Well, that means you have a bad teacher or you don't have a teacher. You're just learning from your own dualistic thinking. Try to practice like that. It's not going to be perfect, but try to practice like that. And if your teacher is not teaching freedom, then they're no teacher of mine. Because I'm the real power man. I thought you knew that. So we get into this sensitivity, we get into this, wait a minute, and that is the time and the space that we know that the practice and the method is working. That's when we step back, relax, detach, no view, no, not someone, not some situation, not some experience. Just detach, step back, widen out the mind. Oh, we can talk about that, Mars. It's less interesting to me than it was, but we can talk a little bit about that. But really just take those moments, take those times, take those breaths, take those ways of relax and release the whole body and mind. And it's not about anybody else. It's not about our position in the world. It's not about being right or wrong. It's not about making sure that what we want to do is going to be like more successful or whatever. But it's a full release and relax of the whole body and mind, the whole identity, the whole story of the world and our lives and everything. And also we need to understand we want to be misled. We want to be fed nonsense. We want to be fed bullshit. We've got a hunger for it. We've got a hunger for shit. We've got a hunger for nonsense. We've got a hunger for fantasy, for ideation, for complicated nonsense. This is not that. This is just W's in the chat. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Els, you can call me Mr. W. As they say, and they mean it, fake it till you make it. Don't be try to do just like I do. Don't be try to fake the meditation or fake the relaxation or to fake the mindfulness and detachment. Just try it. Try to step back. Try to stop being involved with thinking. Try to step back from the ego for a moment and relax and release the whole body and mind 100%. Even if you're faking it, even if it's not working, even if it's not real, just back up. Back up and widen out. Oh, very nice, very good. You're hypnotized enough as it is, Tristan. You're hypnotized by your thoughts. You're hypnotized by your desires. You're hypnotized by your wibbly wobbly mind. It's time to make your mind straight as an arrow, strong as a beaver, clear as a turtle shell, dyed in effervescent clarity. Wake up, Tristan. Wake up, Tristan. Wake up, Tristan. Come on, I know you can do it. Together with me, Tristan. Tristan! 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 Listen, you are about as stupid as a box of rocks on the moon, okay? The last thing that you need to be doing is getting high, getting drunk, taking psychedelics for your spiritual journey, worried about astral projecting. Your brain has become about as useful as a tenderloin to a cow. You've got to cut the shit. You've got to cut the shit, Tristan. And all of you psychedelic losers out there. You fake spiritualists. Astral projection. I'm going to astral project my foot through your head so that you can wake up to being aware. Hello, being aware. Hello, being aware. Hello, without attaching to thoughts. I don't care what thought it is. I don't care if it's a thought about astral projection. I don't care if it's a thought about you being the king of the world. Flush it down the toilet. That stuff is still in your brains. It gave you brain parasites, Tristan. You have to stop. Namaste. You have to stop and you have to cut the shit. You have to stop thinking. When you join this live stream, you're not allowed to think. Period. Every time you think, apologize. Every single time you think, apologize. I bet you do want to get high. You want to get high, you want to get drunk, you want to feel pleasure. That's not how life is. Pleasure comes with pain. Getting high comes with being low. And your mindset as it is twisted up and flipped up. I know you don't want to be challenged. Nobody wants to be challenged. Everybody just wants to sink in their misery and rise in their pleasure and dance around and flip around and fling shit on each other and bathe in a bath of shit. Everybody wants that. Me most of all. But the teaching and the point here is to not attach to thoughts. Can you hear what I'm saying? The point here is to not attach to thoughts. I don't care what thought it is. Who, what, why, when, how, I, me, you, them, etc. You have to shut that mouth and you have to open up that brain, open up that mind and listen without thinking and walk without walking and see without seeing and hear without hearing. You will do it or you'll be forcibly removed from this planet. Oh, wait. No matter what you do, namaste, you will die. You will die very soon in the scheme of things. And there's nothing that you can do about that. So you need to accept death. You need to accept impermanence. You need to accept that life will demand your authenticity. Not let the void open you, not some bullshit spiritual idea and thought, that you get while you're puffing on the reefer in your house, in your apartment, whatever, in your room, playing your video games, eating your Cheetos, whatever. I'm not talking about some bullshit thought, some bullshit opinion that you come up with and hang on to. Do not attach to any thought. Work with that, practice with that, digest that. You are going to die any moment. Work with that, practice that, digest that, not think about it. You aren't paid to think. The last thing anyone else in this world wants is for you to think. Do you understand that? You think Coca-Cola wants you to think? You think McDonald's wants you to think? You think the government wants you to think? Nobody wants you to think. I don't want you to think. Do you want you to think? Or do you want to be free from thoughts? Be free from your nonsense. Okay? Think about not thinking. Digest that. Mull that over. Okay, here we have someone of culture, someone of stature. They say, what you mean, don't attach to thoughts. Exactly. That is exactly what we're talking about here. That means you're a big smart boy. That means you're a big smart girl. That means you're my big boy. You're my big girl. You're my big friend. You're my ally. You're my brother. You're my family. What does it mean to not attach to thoughts? What does it mean to not attach to thoughts? Not what is the end goal. Does that mean I get enlightened? It means that you shut up and you listen and you listen and you listen and you listen and you stop getting lost in the bullshit that comes up into your mind. to watch the tree grow, to listen to the bird song, to use the power of the wind to widen out and brighten out the mind, to hear the sounds of music in the distance, to walk without walking, to see without seeing, to hear without hearing, to speak without speaking. Yes, yes. Levity, openness, generosity, sincerity, authenticity. Moin Khan, I'm gonna professional yap. Don't be a pretender, don't be a faker. There's a lot of things in the world you don't know about. A lot of people in the world you don't know about. You don't have experience like that. Don't pretend to be the king of the world. You wanna be the king of the world? Get back on Roblox. Get back in your Minecraft world. Start talking with your imaginary friends. This is to detach. This is to let go. This is to go beyond the stupidity that we've become acclimatized to. We're going up to another level. It's difficult to breathe. It's difficult to get our oxygen in because we're used to being at such a low level. Nobody's a follower of Alan Watts because Alan Watts didn't build anything or establish anything. Alan Watts is a spiritual inviter, okay? He's a starting point. You know, it's that story of those 20-year-old young men, 25-year-old men. What's that movie with Matthew McConaughey? Failure to Launch. It's the spiritual version of Failure to Launch with Matthew McConaughey, where he doesn't move out of his parents' house, but he's a sexy guy, he's a good-looking guy. Who cares? All right? We care about being enlightened, free. Who cares if you're a good-looking guy or not? You're lost. You're stuck in bullshit. You've become living in such a way that you've got an IV of shit connected to your arm, connected to your bloodstream, so that everything that you see, everything that you hear is just bullshit. Well, maybe it's because you're wearing bullshit covered contact lenses. You're wearing bullshit infused glasses. You've got bullshit infused hearing aids on. So it's no wonder everything's bullshit. It's no wonder everything's shallow. It's no wonder nothing has any meaning or depth to it. Because that's the way that you've established yourself. That's what you've established relationship with. So this is to be open and really curious and really interested. You know what I mean? To take back our curiosity. What are we supposed to believe? That the world is just one big McDonald's? That we're supposed to never leave school? That we actually learn something or we're engaged in high school or middle school? Or were we just being shitified, weren't we? Nonsensified. There's a whole world out there that's not about what you think. Not about what I think. Not about thinking. Become the power man. Become the power woman. Become someone who's, really open to life, who's really curious, who's not just stuck being a commenter and a liker, a disliker, whatever. Now look at this. stuck in being pretenders? Why are we so stuck in being fakers? Why are we so stuck in pretending to know about things that we don't know about? Why are we such successful bullshit artists? Why can't we stop pretending to know about things that we don't know about? The people here in this live stream are gonna make me go to war. Let me spell this out for you. If you don't know about Buddhism, if you don't know about meditation, if you don't know about what that is, do not pretend that you do. I'm trying to teach you how to not be a retarded fool, okay? I'm trying to teach you how to not be an ignorant charlatan, okay? It's nothing personal against you. It's just plain as day. It's simple math. It's simple arithmetic, not even addition. 1 equals 1, 2 equals 2. Do we understand that? If you don't know what you're talking about, do not pretend that you know what you're talking about. And especially for Yogi, who's now disassociating, a fool calls another a fool. You're just talking nonsense because you got called out on your bullshit, because you were pretending to know about things that you don't know about. Sung San, yeah, he's an OG. He said, what did he say? He said only don't know, right? So I like that. So we have to stop pretending. Like Jackson, speaking for Buddhism, Who the fuck are you, Jackson? What do you know about Buddhism? I was a monk for 7 years. You don't know what's going on. Nobody here knows what's going on. You think I'm angry? You think I'm out of control? Who are you? Mind your own business. Go back to your breathing. Get out. This isn't about you. This isn't for you. I'm not here to serve you or placate you. This isn't a place for you to share your Facebook post, your Facebook comment, your opinion. This is a place for you to get free from thoughts. I know it's tough. I know it's a shame. You don't have to tell me. But this is just the way that things are. Who does this goat think that he is? We make our lives an insane asylum of ignorance and attachment. Of pretending, of nonstop pretending. And I know we say, Rob, Mr. W, monk life meditation, you're skirting the line, you're getting a little bit rough and tough. It seems like you're getting a little bit excited, a little bit worked up about this. You're excluding people who could otherwise be involved. Look, the door is open, but I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum. Okay? That's it. And the other aspect is, well, what about those people? Should we go follow them around and try to placate them and try to act in a way where they feel like they're included in it? No, it's a waste of time. And the other thing is being in a hurry. There's no time here for being in a hurry. If they're in a hurry, then they need to go off somewhere else, because this isn't the place to be in a hurry. Good. Very, very good. It's a shame to see people pollute Buddhism in that way. You know what I mean? It's a shame. No, let yourself be afraid. What's so wrong with being afraid? The problem is not fear, it's the fear of fear. So don't be afraid of fear. And I'll be right back. And we'll go to the cemetery, and I'll be running around and screaming a whole bunch. I know. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry for being rough with you. And I know it's tough to go between that contrast, but there's something of a wake-up call. There's something to say, stop pretending. There's something to say, this is not about you. And we're not Asian. We're not from Thailand. We're not from Myanmar. We didn't grow up, in this way of being along with the Tao or being along with the way. We know how to win and we know how to lose. And we know what it feels like to win and we know what it feels like to lose. So people can begin to be clear about what this is about. And stop colonizing, stop appropriating, stop manipulating, stop the bullshit, stop the cap. Isn't that what we say? Stop the cap. It's time to stop the cap. It's time to go to the graveyard. It's time to stop the cap, and it's time to start to go to the graveyard. That's what they say, Aura. But, to practice non-belief, to practice detachment, to widen out, to brighten out, the cap is all we know, exactly. That's why, because you've got these good people in here. I'm sensitive about it. I saw a meme. I saved it. I watched some TikTok. Not too much. Sometimes we watch too much TikTok. Sometimes we don't watch too much. Just a dab will do you. Isn't that what they say? And, it's like, if you mess with my friends, then I'll defeat you. Then I'll step forward. And I do feel that. Because people come in here and they've done some meditation or they've listened to some talks and now they think they're the authority on spirituality. And I'm sorry, but that's just not going to work here. The goat? And the thing is, those people, they're ready to get their ass kicked, but they're not ready to listen. So if the best I can do that for them is give them a good ass kicking, that's what I'm going to do. If they're ready to listen, then, all the more reason to stay around and prove me wrong. You know what I mean? And say, look, monk life meditation guy, I understand you want to do good, but what you're doing is, making a mess of the situation. Like Jackson, I love this, Jackson. You're great for this. Yeah, how I like to do, I like to eat once a day. I like to practice like that. That's my preferred method. Ma. 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 Amitofo, 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 amitofo. That is, so that fear of ourselves and those experiences that lead us to the correct reasoning of being afraid of ourselves means that we're not blaming other people for our suffering. Inside of ourselves, it doesn't make sense to blame other people for our suffering because we know that the biggest thing to fear is inside of ourselves. That is a wisdom. That's a Vipassana wisdom experience. That's very, very important. That we learn to be afraid of and to understand reality all happening within ourselves. Now, what this allows us to do is to step back and to stop perpetuate the clinging and the cycling of believing in and following the desires and the fears, right? the deals that we make with ourselves, so that we can realize, Namaste, Namaste Babaji. Oh, Namaste Ji. Okay. Namaste, Namaste. See, people just, we've grown up in a cocoon of ignorance and attachment. We've grown up with an umbilical cord connected to bullshit. So when we come across something like this, already we're in a kind of troubled waters, right? But when we come across something like this, and then there's nothing that's trying to be sold to you, you're out of luck. And that's the true hopelessness. That's the spiritual hopelessness. And of course, we'll try to put it into a box, just like if someone was walking around in the streets like this in a certain community or a certain tribe, somebody might come up with a knife. Psh! Your teachings come to an end. That situation comes to an end. So an important part of what we're learning here is that it's not about competing. It's not about winning. It's not about being right. That like your opinion or your right idea of what this is 100% super bullshit. Go ahead, Brock. And why do women tend to be more acclimated or more naturally connected to these kinds of teachings? Not just with male teachers, but this kind of Dhamma, this kind of path. It's because they've been traumatized. They know the danger of the self. And they know how to give. Women know how to give. Women know how to self-sacrifice, whereas men oftentimes are missing out on that in a non-transactional way. The point of this kind of giving is that it's non-transactional. It's more intimate, more direct, more subtle. Well, I'm a little bit chubby, so I want to walk. I like to be in silence and to be alone and to contemplate about impermanence. If I walk in the graveyard, I can be difficult to stay on track and to stay inspired and to stay involved. So I invite my friends to watch me, to be here with me, to practice with me, to share with me, not just my friends, but my enemies. You know what I mean? Ordinary person, it does not matter. What matters is what you give, not what you think about your identity. Practice giving. Practice letting go. Practice detachment. Practice renunciation. People say you're a great enemy to have, and then they realize that they are totally outclassed, totally outmatched. But they weren't able to realize that because their vision was clogged with selfishness, with self-fixation. So you've got to practice generosity. What is one of the greatest ways you can practice generosity? Go and find a meditation center to volunteer at. Go and find a Buddhist temple to attend a meditation retreat at. Find a way to give up and sacrifice your life. Find a homeless shelter. Find a way to give up yourself. I'm gonna rerun my foot up your Batuki, AJ Bran. So that's the question, right? What is the healing strategy here? What is the healing strategy here? That's what we're here to talk about, isn't it? What is the healing strategy here? 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 Not what is the healing strategy over there. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be, boom, boom, boom. When darkness is all around me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be, boom, boom, boom. Let it be, let it be, let it be, oh, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be, boom, boom, boom. And when the broken-hearted come together mindfully, nothing's left unsaid, let it be, boom, boom, boom. Let it be, oh, let it be, let it be, oh, let it be. Speaking words of wisdom, let it be, boom, boom, boom. Spiritual gatekeeping. It's more like spiritual incitement. So instead of you having, some deep, special spiritual idea that you have about yourself and you think that applies to the world, let's sit down and let's talk about it. Let's look at our understanding. Let's share our understanding. Let's share deeply and let's listen deeply. But don't expect it to go your way just because it would be nice for it to go your way. There's many people who've been on the spiritual path for a long time, but they've never met a real teacher. They've never met a teacher of mindfulness and detachment. They've never met a teacher that is concerned with the original truth. So, we're working in that direction. We're returning in that direction. But it's not about better or worse, that's just ridiculous. It's just that it's like you're coming to my temple, you're coming to my meditation center. So I'm gonna share in the way that I would share in my place. What is that truth? Well, what do you think that truth could be? Do you think that the ultimate truth could be something? That's your problem right there. What is something? So you go around and around and around in circles of seeking and grasping and understanding and figuring out and wanting and fearing and theorizing. So this is not word-based. Truth is not based in words. Absolute reality has nothing to do with the dominion or the consideration of human beings or human language. And then we say things like Krishna is the truth. And it's like we're going down a wormhole of unnecessary, archetypal, non-practical, complicated thinking. So if we're using an archetype or a bodhisattva or an object of reverence, like a representation of the Buddha or a representation of the bodhisattvas, to practice meditation seriously and to cultivate compassion, detachment, faith, etc., okay, that's worthwhile. But the problem is when we say Krishna is the truth. Saying Krishna is the truth is like saying that Where's Waldo is the truth, is like saying that Barney is the truth, is like saying Donald Trump is the truth. It's saying someone is the truth. But the truth does not have anything to do with someone's. Someone's is a human idea, a human concept, and a very fragile and frail concept at that. Because the only place where there are solid people is in the world of fakedom, in movies and TV shows. That's the only place where solid people live, inside of their little box of illusion. If you get rid of the box of illusion of the movie, the TV show, the story, the script, etc., what you find is that people are constantly changing. People are change. They appear to be people, but in fact they are just change, or ever new impermanent nature, or cause and effect only, cause and effect of ever new impermanent nature. So in some ways, the practice here is that it's like if you were literally sitting with me in this graveyard and you had nowhere to go and nothing to do. That is the way of practice. That is the way of truly being here. The way of nowhere to go and nothing to do. The way of mindfulness and detachment, the way of real meditation or true meditation or natural meditation or wisdom-informed meditation. It doesn't need to sound like a blast. That's what's happening. But we're on YouTube. But you're live streaming. But I'm sitting in my house. These are all stories. These are all ideas that you have. Mind to mind. Heart to heart. See the seeing. Hear the hearing. Where are you if not sitting with me right now in this graveyard? I'm in my house. Well, if you think that, then you are. But if you don't think that, then you are just wherever you happen to think about thinking. If you stop thinking and practice mindfulness and detachment seriously, you will be able to get your old, stinky head out of your rear end and show up here. You're bullshitting. You're not doing anything for other people. Everything that you do is for yourself. Your spirituality is for yourself. Your possessions are for yourself. Your money, your property, your life is just for yourself. You're a selfish, ignorant fool. You are a fool. It's not this generation, it's all generations. How do you think we got here? Speaking from an American perspective. If you're alone, then find a way to give aloneness. Find a way to stop identifying with what seems to be true or what seems to be real. Go outside of the box. All these wealthy, alone people that are rotting away in their caves, where in the hell did that come from? And if you're not rotting alone in your cave, you're rotting alone in a nursing home. The American culture and American society has created 60-year-olds that in anywhere else in the world would be 90-year-olds. And not just that, but 60-year-olds that are becoming completely isolated and abandoned and totally unhealthy and totally lost and hoarding and holding on to all this wealth that could be made use of. Just like that body that has wasted away, it could have been made use of, but instead we sunk. We sunk into the couch. We sunk into the TV. We sunk into the processed foods. We sunk into using everything that we had just for ourselves. Hard Knocks strength. I'm about to grave my yard up your rear end if you don't shut your mouth. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not experienced here. You don't know what this is about. And the reason that you don't have a chance to know what this is about is because the stream of shit raining down from the top of your skull into your brain and into your body just won't stop. You don't know what a monk is. You don't know what Buddhism is. You don't know what meditation is. You don't know what's being talked about here. Don't pretend that you know me. I'll show you frustrated. Just you wait. You had thought that. Repeat the mantra. You had thought that. I had thought this. You had... The teaching here is no more thinking. The teaching here is that thinking isn't allowed. The teaching here is stop thinking. Stop thinking. Stop thinking. Stop holding an opinion. Stop making up an idea about your experience. Stop thinking about what is being experienced. Start experiencing the experiencing itself. Start seeing the seeing itself. Start breathing the breathing itself. Start feeling the feeling itself. Start hearing the hearing itself. Stop adding thought on top of thought on top of thought on top of thought. You don't know what's going on. You're not God. You're not the king of the world. You're not a hired thinker. You are addicted to thinking. You are addicted to pretending that you are in control of your body and your mind. You are addicted to playing a character in a story of your own nonstop thinking. You are lost and confused in nonstop thinking. All these thoughts are about me, mine, self, 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 self. Shut up. Do not think. There is no self. It is an illusion. It is a thought. It is an idea. It is a belief. Believing in a self is just like believing in a real true soul, which is just like believing in God, that this was all created by God. Now, God is great, God is good, etc., etc. But this is not about God. This is about mindfulness and detachment, to develop, to increase, to resonate with our connection to reality, our connection to life as it is, our connection to the possibility of being blissful, of being free, of addressing our ignorance and attachment, of addressing our nonstop delusion, our nonstop compulsion to think, our nonstop compulsion to respond. You're in my house. You're eating my food. Get out. Shut up and listen, or get out. You are not doing me any favors by being here and sharing your opinion or sharing that you like this or you dislike this. Go back to mindless scrolling. Scroll, 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 scroll. Or stop thinking, stop scrolling, and start listening. You don't have a choice. You're in my house. And if you're in my house, you're gonna listen. Period. You're not in control here. You're not the boss here. You're not a manager here. I don't work for you. This isn't yours. This isn't yours. This doesn't belong to you. This is not your possession. You are not in control here. It doesn't matter if you like this or if you dislike this. Shut up and listen or get out. How many times do I have to say it? Shut up and listen or get out. This is not about you. This is not for you. You are not in control here. You are not the boss here. This is not your dream. This is not about thinking about things. I'm not here to sell you something. Your money isn't worth anything here. Your like, your dislike, your opinion, your thought isn't worth anything here. If you come here, don't think. Now, what is this concerned with? This is concerned with Buddhism. This is concerned with mindfulness. This is concerned with detachment. This is concerned with practicing generosity. This is concerned with doing all kinds of good deeds. This is concerned with being virtuous. This is concerned with deep listening. This is concerned with deep sharing. Now, you can come in here and pretend to know about Buddhism. You can come in here and pretend to know about meditation. You can come in here and pretend to know about what it was like to be a monk for 7 years. You can come in here and pretend to know what meditation retreats are like, but you don't know jack shit, do you? You didn't study Buddhism. You didn't practice Buddhism. You didn't go to become a Buddhist monk. You didn't go to study at a temple. You weren't concerned with, you didn't invest in, you didn't get involved with Buddhism and meditation and the path to enlightenment and spirituality, real spirituality, ultimate truth. You didn't care. But now, since there's an open door here, you want to come in here and complain. You want to come in here and pretend. You want to pretend that you know someone that you don't know. You want to come in here and pretend that you know about things that you don't know about. And the most ridiculous part about it is that you don't know about things. You know that you don't know about Buddhism. You know that you don't know about meditation. You know that you don't know what it's like to be seriously concerned with mindfulness and detachment and doing all kinds of good deeds more and more to cultivate blessings. You don't even know what these words are. And you're not intelligent enough. You don't have enough blessings enough to shut your stupid mouth and your stupid mind that's talking, to actually listen and learn something. You're not just going to come in here and say whatever you want and just comment and share your random ideas. And there's no pamphlet. Oh, okay, let me take a look at your pamphlet. We don't learn like that. People don't learn like that. Stop. Don't come in here and pretend to be in charge. Don't come in here and pretend to know what this is about when you don't. Don't pretend to know who I am when you don't. Why is that so confusing? Why is that so difficult? Why is that so complicated? Do not come in here and pretend. In the same way, don't come in here and try to pretend me. Don't come in here and try to convince other people of what you're convinced about. Shut up and listen. That's it. I don't care if you're on the positive side. I don't care if you're on the negative side. I don't care if you're for me or you're for against me. Shut up and listen. Do not think. Thinking is not allowed here. I do know you. I went to school with you. I do know you. I've been following you online. You don't know shit. You know your own ego. You're making stuff up in your mind. Have you spent time with me? Have you sat and listened to me? Have you embraced me as a brother, as a friend? If I don't know you, you definitely don't know me. We have these bullshit ideas about how we know about things that we don't know about. I even had a monk one to comment, and I said, what you're doing is maybe doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe you should relax. And I was maybe a little bit agitated in some way, maybe, who knows? And he replied back and he said, I've known you for years. I don't know that guy. We spent all of 10 minutes together. He's not a friend of mine. We haven't spent time together. So stop pretending. Stop pretending to know people that you don't know. Stop pretending to know about things that you don't know about. Stop minimizing other people's lived experience. Stop pretending that you are, by having an opinion, you're a part of a community here. You're a part of you having your own head up your ass and blowing bubbles with your own head up your ass. Look, do you see my opinion? Shut up! Your opinion doesn't mean shit. Nobody cares. You're alone. You're desperate. You're desperate to be in community. You're desperate to be seen. You're desperate to be heard. And your mind is so backwards and full of shit that you think you're going to be in community by commenting, by saying, I like this. I don't like this. Oh, I know what this is. You don't know jack. Get out. Shut up and get out. Support or get out. No, of course. Who doesn't want a back rub? You know, you don't want to get whipped on your back, but the point is still true, you know? And so we all have to take responsibility in our own way for mindfulness and detachment, for the way of experiencing good things, experiencing bad things, but not being lost and attached to thoughts. You come in here and you think something. Oh, this guy's crazy. Oh, this guy's angry. Okay, ultimately, you had thought that. The same for you, Jackson. You had thought that. And really, that's your responsibility. This is not a place. I want to make this very clear. And I do. I like stupidity. It's kind of like it's a part of my aspiration to be a real holy fool. And boy, oh boy, you know, am I aspiring to that. You had thought that. This is not a place. I want to make this very, very clear. This is not a place for you to come and share your opinion. Go and be a friend to yourself alone. Go and practice meditation in your closet. You're not here to be a representative of Buddhism. And if you're someone who's coming along and said, I didn't know monks were so stupid, go away. Nobody cares what you think about monks. You're not involved with Buddhism. You're just leaving a comment because you feel important to have an opinion. Your opinion doesn't mean shit. Who cares about your opinion? Hey, hello, is this the local Buddhist temple? I'd like to let you know about an opinion I have. Your opinion ain't worth shit. That's why this teaching on generosity is so important, because people they don't get it. You're involved, you're engaged, your word, your body, your mind means something according to your generosity, according to your self-sacrifice, not according to your opinion. Buddhism is something, shove it up your ass. It's just smoke. You're just blowing smoke. If you want to be involved with Buddhism, go and find a Buddhist temple to go and make a donation at, to go and volunteer at, to go and learn and practice meditation. You have a thought in your own mind, ultimately not to spoil the surprise and not to bring you into the holosphere. Actually, I'm quite good at intensifying the mind and not getting infused into the holosphere and having a psychotic breakdown. So not to spoil the surprise, but this is a hallucination in your own mind. I am your mind. Now let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Come on. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Come on. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Come on. Let the rain fall. The sun, it shines on my face and on my eyes. The sun, it shines in my heart. The sun, it shines in my heart. The rain, it falls from the tip top of my head, all the way down to my toes, all the way down to my toes. The river, it flows from the mountains to the seas. The mountain, the rain in my heart. The mountain of the rain in my heart. All right, Mark, that's your last straw. I don't know what's going on with you, Marky Mark. You're very welcome here, but I thought you were in a better position than you clearly are. So this is how I know that I'm doing things right. You are here to go through a process of deepening, to have a deeper experience of yourself, of life, and what that's going to mean is not that you're, yes, yes, I'm my Kundalini. What that's going to mean is that you actually experience your suffering. You experience your darkness in a deeper and more meaningful way. Seriously. So when you start to get into some kind of like weird toxicity, well, I know you're going through your process. And of course you're welcome here, but this is not a place for you to express negativity. I'm not going anywhere soon. I'm going to keep being here and practicing and being mindful and detaching and trying to do all kinds of good deeds and to share and to help. Even putting myself in danger, I'm not worried about that. I'm here to share and to give and to listen and be, your local meditation master, your local ex-monk. This is the Mobile Meditation Center. It's meant to be intense. It's meant to be deep. It's meant to be a place where you can recognize how schizophrenic you are, Pancake Syrup King, and how common schizophrenia is. Let's be honest about how common schizophrenia is. Those conspiracy theories about the government, those conspiracy theories about the flat earth, all of those people are schizophrenic. A large majority of the people here are schizophrenic. It means that they believe things that are not ultimately true. They are lost in belief. You can ask your questions for sure, but don't expect to get the answer that you're expecting. And so we have to remember that we're not spiritually developed. We didn't practice seriously. We didn't go to live at a meditation center. We didn't go to attend intensive meditation retreats. We didn't sacrifice our life. A lot of people near here need to realize they don't get to have an opinion. They're not donors. They're not volunteers. As far as I know, they're not serious practitioners. They're just anonymous random people who are showing up to the temple angry, confused, disassociated, and think that their opinion is somehow meaningful, like they're giving a verdict or they're giving some kind of important position that they hold. It doesn't matter what position you hold. You haven't shown yourself to be a serious practitioner. You haven't shared your experiences for us to consider, okay, well, this person has a lot of experience. You haven't practiced generosity in any way, as far as I know, as far as we know here. You're a nobody who's here to complain and to whine and to make problems. So shut up and listen or get out. And the getting out here is actually, conveniently, it's an invitation for you to be here and to not talk. A useless war, exactly. A completely useless war. Jackson, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Not a lot of people, well, compared to how many people there are on earth, not a lot of people know this, but I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I lived throughout Southeast Asia. I trained with meditation masters around the world. I've attended numerous intensive retreats. One time I even did a 2-week solitary retreat where I stayed in a hut. I stayed in a jungle for 2 weeks with not talking with anybody, not really seeing anybody, not having a phone. 2 weeks all alone with myself. Joe Turner, I'm here to help you be confused about you. I am here to destabilize the sense of ignorance and attachment. This false confidence, this way of pretending where you automatically know about the whole world, where you automatically know about everybody, where you are constantly in a state of pretending to know what's going on. And a lot of the times it's not necessarily a problem for you or for other people. You're in your house, you're pretending that you own this house and you're this real true person, a real true story, and tomorrow's gonna come, etc., right? Not a big problem. But when we walk around with all these preconceived biases, all of this ignorance, all of this attachment, all of this confidence that we basically know everything, we can be very oppressive. We can be very colonizing. We can be very suppressive to all kinds of different people and experiences, especially to children. This is not about understanding something. Hoya machoya wa yokubeyu enume yama yuakume chayuakuriwa wa hoya ya talmanai ovolokubeyo wa yome chuina ya yuwa yubakure hayo watu mea nai toyo waskureo wa hayo wanu bashura ya muakuredu wa ha. Let me talk to you, big guy. I love you. I care about you. You're safe. Put your hand over your heart. Feel your heart beating. This is not meant to be understood. I am teaching you in the sense that I am can do anything. I am teaching you to detach, to abandon, to renounce views, thoughts, ideas about experiencing. The training here, brother, friend, family, the training here is to see without thinking about what is seen. The training here is to hear without thinking about what is heard. The training here is to feel deeply without thinking about what is felt. To stop conceiving about things. Delusions, non-practical, complicated thoughts, non-stop compulsive thinking that we say is my thinking, my right thinking. You're not doing anything, bud. Hi, bud. You're not Mr. or Mrs. Thinker. I'm gonna think about things today. I've got some things to think about. Morning, sir. I'm gonna show you what morning feels like. Okay? I've got some things to think about, sir. I bet you do. Now shut your mouth and stop thinking and eat your toast and don't bother me. You're lucky you get to sit at this table with me. You monster. You non-stop thinker. So and thank you so much, Maria, welcome. Nice to have you here. What we're learning here is the way and the power of not thinking. Yeah, life happens. Shit happens. Who knows what's going to happen? I could get struck by lightning and be not able to move my body for the rest of my life. I love my body. I love being able to walk. I love being able to see and hear and breathe and feel and be. But life happens. What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? What about that? What are we going to do about that? How are we going to deal with that? How are we going to talk to our parents about that? Okay? That's your meditation teaching. That's your meditation teacher. Okay? Step by step. We're not in a hurry. That's the thing with YouTube Shorts, and that's the thing with being a dissociated consumption freak monster, is we're always in a hurry. We're always in this place of desire. Come on, give me my cheeseburger. I gotta go. I'm gonna get in trouble. Buford, let me help you out. This isn't what I paid for. Did you pay for this? Did you order this? So for those who don't know about me, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I've been practicing in the way of meditation, mindfulness, and detachment, concerned with Zen Buddhism, concerned with Chan, concerned with enlightenment, concerned with the ending of suffering. So I'm a little bit of a professional. Richie, we're not talking about you getting high in the forest with your 60s friends or what have you. Okay? This is not about drugs. This isn't about being high. This is about realizing how lost you are and how much you are pretending to know what's going on when you don't know what's going on. So the membership is very superficial. If you like to support, you can make like a monthly donation through PayPal. That means a lot to me. That helps me set my general budget. Even though I tend to not think about things like that, but I can know, people are regularly supporting in that way. That's something I can rely on. The membership is just like a YouTube thing that's an option, and it's also, performative generosity is also important. So people can see that people are becoming a member or supporting in different ways. So whatever it is that you get involved with and supporting, that's radical. That's awesome. Yeah! Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Hopefully the heart, we don't have any heart issues. Clear out the heart. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Come on. Yeah! And we're upgrading our membership. We're upgrading our support. We're upgrading our consideration. That's what this is all about. I'm also working on my upgrade process for my way of generosity, for my way of sadhana, to give more, to serve more, to be here more. And I can feel the effects. And really what I tell people to do, I say, is this guy a teacher? Is he a lunatic? Is this, what's going on here? Come here and listen and take a few bites. Take a few bites. Experience it. Open the heart, open the body, open the mind. I can see you here, Naksa, and see how that affects your mind. See how my stan, or my spirit molecule of self, affects your mind when you digest that, when you accept that, when you receive that. Look, I don't want anything from anybody. I'm just here to give. This is my practice. This is my way of developing to be more and more free, and more connecting and developing this connection and developing community. This isn't something that's come out of the blue. I'm not a random person talking about these things. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I have a variety of meditation masters and teachers that I follow, maybe 4 or 5 that I would consider to be enlightened masters that I not only follow, but have also practiced with and trained with. Okay? Screaming in the graveyard. I think that's probably be the next title for our YouTube live stream, Screaming in the Graveyard. Okay, we have a wonderful question here from Jack. Zen, Chan, I've spent time with the Plum Village community. I know a lot about the teachings of Thich Nhat Hanh and Plum Village. I was a monk in the Thich Nhat Hanh community for more than 2 years. It was around 2 years, spending retreats with them, spending time with them as a guest monk. But the question of how do we donate, well, this brings us to the crux of what we're doing here. So these teachings and this live stream is not to enrich yourself or myself. What I'm sharing here is not to help you to develop yourself. That's like a side effect. Same for me. That's like a side effect. This is concerned with being aware, more and more deeply aware, more and more unbiasedly and unobstructedly and without boundaries aware. It's just about as simple as that. Now, in the way of being more and more brightly aware and alively aware and not attaching and holding on to things, you may develop a kind of insight into the way that things are. And developing this insight into the way that things are, you may notice, for example, that other people are in need, or that other people are suffering, or the insight that there is this kind of apparent self, or this kind of apparent habit energy or cycling that you happen to be going through. So what do we do with that? Well, we give. We practice generosity. We practice volunteering. We practice self-sacrifice. Sacrifice yourself! Sacrifice yourself! Sacrifice yourself! In the way of forgiveness, in the way of release and relax the whole body and mind, in the way of renouncing the ego. Now, it's one thing to think, oh yeah, I have no ego. It's one thing to think, oh yeah, I'm enlightened. It's one thing to think, oh yeah, I get everything. Like I'm at the end of the path, I've figured everything out. It's another thing to go out there and volunteer. It's another thing to recognize that you have an attachment to something and to give that up and to give that away, to abandon that. It's another thing to go on pilgrimage, to sacrifice your body and your mind, to go and volunteer at a meditation center, to go and visit a Buddhist temple, to listen to a Dharma talk, etc. But the important aspect of the teaching here is don't be in a hurry. I'm not in a hurry. You don't have to be in a hurry. Nibbana, freedom from suffering, salvation, resolution, completeness is already here. It's just a matter of getting out of our own way enough to appreciate that and to be nourished on that. Is that clear for everybody? And another thing we do here is we sing songs. So I invite you to join in this practice together with me, and let's see how it goes. All right? You ready? Who's ready? Come on! That's also a way that we engage. I don't want you to be here like that. Okay? Some people are, it's okay, that might be a natural reaction, but we wake up, we get up out of that, okay? We step forward and we say, yes, I'm ready. Ooh, Shelly. Namaste, namaste, namaste. Oh, what a blessing. What a blessing Shelly is. Okay. Shelly is not. Shelly is an illusion. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Yeah! It's all right, Nox. A few more of these expressions. Yeah! 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 Here we go! Breathing in. This is the first line. I'll do the first line, first two lines, and then second time you do it with me. First time, just listen. You can follow along with the hand motions. Breathing in. Breathing out. Together now. Okay, here we go. Breathing in. Breathe out. It's kind of like we're saying with our heart, with our body and our mind, I love you, and also saying, I love you too. Together now, let's try. Breathing in, breathing out. Together. Breathing in, breathing out. Next line, try to follow along with the rhythm. I am blooming like a flower. I am blooming as a flower. Try that one together. I am blooming as a flower. Next line, I am fresh as the dew. I am fresh as the dew. Next line's the easy one. I'm solid as a mountain. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am firm as the earth. Next one. I am free. How is it? Are you concentrated? See, that's the thing when I talk about this is a way to increase your intelligence. Because if you're concentrated, if you're tuned in, because you might even want to be tuned in, but you don't have the concentration, you don't have the energy because you're disassociated, you're discombobulated, there's so much shit in your head, right? But if you're concentrated, we can do that together just like how I said it. We can learn that quickly. So let's try this together, okay? And this is especially, if this is for anyone, which is not, it's for nobody or everybody or anybody, nobody. This is for the children. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? The rain's coming. Here we go. Let's try it. Back up. See the beautiful mountain. Okay, are you ready? Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. Flowers love the rain, don't they? I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am free. The rain, it falls. Uh-oh, my things get wet. But the rain, it falls in my heart. The rain, it falls in my heart. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Not for me, for you, so we can remember. Alone together in this moment. Alone together in this moment. Alone together with everything in this moment. This is also my last outfit before laundry. Maybe I put it under here. And also just to give a little bit of a key into a big part of this work is that actually, oh my gosh, the microphone was outside. A big part of this work is actually that we're reaching a lot of people. So a lot of people don't give two flying fucks about meditation or being a good person or about generosity. So when those people are in their houses smoking cigarettes, halfway drunk on booze, while their kids spend their entire lives scrolling on YouTube, looking at random people for their parents, those parents, while they're living like that and scrolling like that, can get a little, yeah! 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 And that also keeps people engaged, it keeps people interested. And also for the young kids, you know, the young kids are not used to maybe hearing about meditation or being able to connect with people like this. So you got to give them something to be interested in and excited about as well. And that is a part of what we're doing. So do not pretend to know what someone else's experience is, because it's very possible that you don't know what their experience is. You know what I mean? Not everybody grew up the way that you grew up. Not everybody was a Buddhist monk for 7 years like me. Not everyone has taken meditation seriously. Not everyone has learned about the Dhamma or the work of ending suffering. So, and don't worry about the kids. The kids in here, just let them play. And it's possible that some of them are degenerate, lunatic, 20, 30-year-olds that are acting in that way, toxically, but just let them work that out. That's a good idea. The tree is an umbrella. Oh my goodness gracious. Hey! Oh. And see, that's how life is. So you got two options. Sometimes you're really zoned in. A lot of people are joining and participating, and your meditation's going good and everything's going well, and it starts raining. So you can either accept the rain and the wetness, or you can detach. You can walk over to another place. But we can do that either with attachment or without attachment, right? So attachment maybe has the idea that like the rain is bad or getting wet is bad or something like that. Or the attachment has the idea that, oh, getting a donation is good or having a lot of people watching is good. Well, maybe so, but not absolutely, not totally, not in any objective sense. And so that is what we're learning to do here. We're learning to let go of the false and erroneous objective sense of things that's just based on our likes and dislikes and our ego. Well, we're not being cynical, we're being very hopeful here. This is the teaching of the Dhamma. This is inviting people to join in the path of ending suffering. This is about as not cynical as someone can be. Yeah, thank you very much, Oliver. What a beautiful sharing. What a beautiful expression that is. I've got an idea, but it's going to be risky. Let's get some big W's in the chat to support me as I go through the rain, to find a place for safety and refuge, and a place to relax and release the whole body and mind, together with everyone, alone together with everyone. So if you want to go in the rain, kind of move like this, and then you might avoid some of the raindrops. But also remember that there's an okayness in each drop of rain. As much as you cannot get attached or think a lot about each drop of rain, all the drops of rain can fall. Maybe there's a drop of rain that stands out to you, some thought, some idea, some worry, some story. Okay, it stands out to you, but you don't have to keep thinking about that. Actually, just ignore it. Stop giving importance to your fear. Stop giving importance to your anger. That's why I express so strongly about people coming in here and, sharing their BS opinions. It's not important. Nobody cares. Shove it up the moon. Put it in the moon. Give your opinion to the moon. That's a lot more practical and realistic than sharing your opinion here. This is a place for practitioners. This is a place for donors. This is a place for people who need help. This is a place for renunciation, mindfulness, and detachment. And if you don't understand what that is, don't be a big, ridiculous buffoon and just go around, making noise. Ask what that is. Can you explain mindfulness to me? Can you explain detachment to me? Can you explain what this stream is about? Because I feel like I don't really get it. I'm here to share with you. You're the one who chooses to watch this. It's like some people get this just ridiculous idea that somehow my life belongs to them. You know what I mean? What? Why does my life belong to you? What are you doing here? You've got a stick up your butt. Go and take it out somewhere else. You're stinking up the place with all your nonsense. I mean, how ridiculous can some people be? And these are supposed to be wealthy, intellectual, independent people, and you're coming to somebody else's house and whining to them about what they're doing and commenting. Yeah. Come on. Come on, everybody. W's in the chat. We're going to get there. I know where to go. Come on, everybody. Come on. Let's go. This is a revolution. This is revolutionary action. The socialists need to get on board. The Marxists need to get on board. The DSA needs to get on board. This is revolutionary action. 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 This is revolutionary. Amitofo, namaste. And then we've got a lot of meditation teachers that are either progressive without depth of experience or conservative to a point of stupidity and ridiculousness. Then we have people like Ajahn Brahm, a Dhamma king, but it's not going to be accessible for everybody, So I try to make it a little bit more accessible, a little bit more resonant. Ooh, Amitofo, Namaste, namaste.
So we are going where?
I just walking to practice Buddhism.
Down there there's another one.
I'll go down there
We'll
to
have
another
follow
one.
the road. There's another Buddha there.
I love Buddha. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Did you know that?
Where? Yes.
I would not here.
Okay, enjoy.
How about the rain? What are you gonna do?
The rain is okay. Let it be. Enjoy the rain. Yeah, I think we can walk up. You've been here before?
Are you Buddhism?
I'm a Buddhist.
Can you give a blessing to my live stream viewer?
Oh, okay.
Because
Hi. May you be well and happy. Yeah, enjoy your trip.
A real Buddha. Okay, thank you very much. Because it's true, you know, people say, how is this guy a Buddhist monk? Look at his hat. But then I say, well, wait a minute. What does a hat have to do anything? And then they say, well, I had thought. And then I say, that's where I got you. You had thought, not just that. You attached to the thought that had happened. No, I. That's Buddhism. Okay, we'll go up here first. I know you are there for me, and I am so happy. Oh, namaste, namaste. Where are you from? Bangalaba, Pyoshwin Baze, Kankau Baze, Tuira Wanta Bade. You know Tabarwa? Tabarwa? No. Tabarwa de Ayeta. Siado Otamatara. You know Siado Otamatara? Ah. Okay, Jesu Ba, Jesu Damade. How's our connection, everybody? Well, Ethan, that's where you're wrong, isn't it? Because there's nothing for sale here. Well, what is for sale here is priceless. How are you going to pay for it? How are you going to afford it? Okay, Jack, go make another account, all right? Yeah, just let me know what happens with the connection. Actually, I have a better plan. I have a bigger plan. Secret plan. Well, you know, why would you know that? Have you been to Myanmar? Do you know about the Burmese people? Oh. You follow Theravada Buddhism or Mahayana Buddhism? Oh, that's better, but also no such thing.
No better.
Mahayana, Theravada.
Yes,
then
yes,
how can you
actually
follow
one way.
Mahayana? You follow the one way, right?
Follow the Dharma.
You follow the Dhamma. Okay, very good. Namaste, Amitofo, Namo Guanchi Yinposa. Come on, everybody, let's get some big W's in chat. Because what's about to happen is going to be absolutely incredible. Let's get some big, big W's in the chat. What's about to happen is going to be completely and totally incredible. So it's that we know and we learn how to use technology without attachment. That's what we're working with here, dear friends. As long as you can do that, then you can use it. The same with drinking tea in AM or PM. As long as you can do it without attachment, no problem, you will be okay. So you have to learn and to exercise that way of practicing without attachment. And that may be unusual to you. How to do the way without attachment? Well, it's like you're drinking tea as not someone. You're drinking tea, not somewhere. You're drinking tea that's not like, you're not like really drinking tea. It's just a way of pointing at what appears to be happening. And so the teaching or the practice here, right, is not that you can fully have this sense of like, oh, I'm nobody or I'm nothing or whatever. But we start to empathize with this notion of not someone. We start to empathize with like the absence of thought rather than just thinking. Okay. Let's take it to the next level. Let's turn up the heat. Let's turn the heat up, everybody. Look at Buddha. He's a little bit pouty. There we go, Pancake. Smart. Pancake is smart. Now, luckily here at the temple, they have drying cabins, drying rooms. So if you get really sweated up, you can actually come here to the drying room. Somebody in there? Somebody in here? Somebody in here? Nobody and nothing, huh? Let's go for here. There's this bugs and quimbas. What are all these little buggies doing here? I'm losing it. Okay, here we go. This is our studio, everybody. This is our the first ever. Okay. Come on, Mr. Rob. Come on, you're the power man. Come on. You can do this. Come on. Get it together. Okay. Yeah, this is a good studio, and wow, it's a really good studio situation. So mindfulness, it means to recognize the alreadiness of awareness. So like, for example, you don't need to think to see. Seeing is already happening. So becoming aware, recognizing that seeing is already happening, is like tuning into the field of awareness or the field of mindfulness. So we're not just lost thinking about things and seeing, but we're actually tuned into the process of seeing itself. So that's a very energetic process. That's a very deep and meaningful and powerful process, right? The seeing, not just in terms of like actually happening, like the processing of eyes to brain, etc., but it's very important to your ego. The thoughts about what you see are not particularly important to your ego, but the seeing itself is very, very important to the ego. So feed your ego, because you believe that you're someone, right? So you got to feed the ego something. We can practice to feed the ego seeing without thinking. So we can look at a candle, or we can look at a rock, or we can go for a walk and see and be aware of seeing without thinking. And then if thinking comes up, we don't think more about thinking, we just recognize that and go back to seeing. So this is the way of mindfulness. This is the way of seeing, or mindfulness and detachment. The detachment is that we do get caught up. We seem to get caught up. We seem to hold on to some thought, some experience, some situation. But instead of perpetuating that holding on, we abandon it. We relax it. Don't think about Buddhist terms. Don't think about ego. Don't think about anything. Practice. It's like you show up for the football team or the soccer team, or you show up with your friends to play the video game, and you're sitting there in the corner talking about how to play the video game. Shut up and play the video game. Shut up and put it into practice. You are stupidifying yourself unnecessarily. But what about Bubba? And you were taught that. You were taught to do that. But I'm saying stop stupidifying yourself and start practicing to empower yourself, to empower your capacity for being deeply, deeply mindful and deeply, deeply free. By not fixating on what words mean. Words are just sounds. Make use of them the way that you can make use of them. Once again, I have to remind you again, right? This is not about you understanding something. This is not to be understood. What's happening right now, what's being seen right now, what's being heard right now is not for the purpose of being understood. Understanding is the problem. Non-stop understanding about things. You want to understand why to wipe your ass? You want to understand why to brush your teeth? You want to understand why to go to school? Well, why do you need to understand about it, firstly? But secondly, you might not like it. You might not like the reasoning or the explanation about why you do something. So instead of disempowering yourself, looking for an explanation and looking for a reasoning, just practice what you can practice. Else, that's not appropriate. That's not what we're doing here. Telling me that I'm so gorgeous, or telling me that I'm so wonderful, or telling me that I'm so intelligent is just you playing with your own ego, and this is not a place for that. This is a place for you to sacrifice yourself. Okay? And to be really, really serious about this. You have to be really, really serious about this so that you can be sincere about listening, so that you can receive what's being said and not create new and unnecessary things. There's already enough things. Okay? Beauty, ugliness, good, bad, right, wrong. Just let it be as real as it can be. And you should be here as a student. You should be here as a practitioner. You should be here as a volunteer. You should be here as a donor. You should be here as a supporter, not as a commenter. This is not for people to leave comments and say, I like this or I don't like this. To be here in the way of practicing mindfulness and detachment, that's the way you should be here. That's the way you're supposed to be here. To ground, to just be. Let me make the mistakes. You don't need to make the mistakes. Let me make all the mistakes. And whatever you do, don't read and listen to random comments, because this is what people like. People are very interested in a space where they can share their idea, and so people will come here and they'll share their idea, they'll share their position. And you, coming across this for the first time, are going to be open and vulnerable and very stupid, because you don't really know what's going on here. You don't really know what it means to have a relationship with a spiritual teacher or a Dhamma teacher or someone who was a monk for 7 years. So now you're just kind of in this state of open belief, open, flexible belief. And you're going to engage and involve with what random people say. Don't engage, don't involve, step back and widen out. Also, don't get hooked by what I say. Step back and widen out and brighten out the mind of non-thinking, of mindfulness and detachment. We're a little bit shy about not thinking. So this is the time to release and relax our shyness, because we can practice this alone together. So, sayings like what control delete, it's a good example. This is not a place for that. This is not a place for people to step forward, and this is their chance, this is their platform now to share about their spiritual perspective and what other people should do. I'm going to put my foot so far into the ground of being that it's very clearly irrelevant what your opinion is, what you have to say about it as a random person who just wants to be heard and seen. If you just want to be heard and seen, go and sit in Times Square. And a lot of people will hear you and breathe and make noises. A lot of people will hear you and see you. How is mindfulness related to not thinking? Well, when we're not mindful, it is because we are thinking. Reality is not based in thought. The seeing faculty. So if you lost thought, if you never had to think again, for a lot of people, they wouldn't be depressed anymore. They wouldn't be anxious anymore. They wouldn't be confused anymore, right? And a lot of things we do, we operate under our intuition, right? From our experience. It's like if you think that you learn to be a carpenter through thinking, you have a wrong idea of what it means to learn and to be embodied. So for example, a carpenter and a carpenter's apprentice, a father who's a master carpenter, and a child who learns through that practicing, right? And that being with, that's what we're doing here. So thinking is oftentimes distraction and keeping us from being mindful of what? Reality as it is. Thinking also pervades as this justification for continuing to attach, continuing to grasp onto, continue spiraling in more and more thoughts, more and more thinking. This is not real. Did you know 1/3 of people don't have inner dialogue? This is just social media bullshit. Do you know 1 in 3 people don't wipe their ass? It's just nonsense. It's just a meme. So we're not playing games here with thoughts. This is not about playing games with thoughts. Oh, I'm going to share this thought. I'm going to share that thought. Thoughts are bullshit. Thoughts are a waste of time. What you can share is your experience. What you can share is your money. You can make a donation. What you can share is find a way to volunteer, find a way to serve in relationship to these teachings and this practice. What you can share is your surrender. What you can share is your supplication to reality, supplication to the way that this is right now. You can sacrifice your vision, else A+. You can renounce your thinking process. It doesn't matter what it sounds like. Sounds like is what is being taught to not do right now. The rain sounds like it's good. The rain sounds like it's bad. The rain sounds like it's telling me things. The rain has voices in it. The rain is good. The rain is bad. The rain is right. The rain is wrong. The rain's heavy. The rain's light. The rain just is. Listen to the rain, not your thoughts about the rain. But what if I'm manipulated? But what if I'm controlled? Trust me, you are your biggest enemy. And the only thing you're going to be manipulated into by you is to be more selfish. And the reason that generosity is a sin, the reason that making a donation is a sin, The reason that listening to someone else, what someone else tells you to do, is a sin is because you don't want to stop perpetuating yourself of control, of being in control. You know? We give so much importance not only to our thoughts and our opinions, but also our experiences. Your thoughts, your opinions, and your experiences are most of the time not worth very much. But we can give them, we can share them to let them go, not to reaffirm our sense of self. So this is once again the confusion. We think that these teachings, or we think that somehow this practice is a way for you to reaffirm your sense of self. It's not. Anything at all, really. Procrastination is continuing to think and continuing to leave comments instead of being more and more mindful and less attached. Locked up in a cell, locked up in a prison of concepts, locked in a prison of beliefs, locked in a prison of views. You are pretending that this is some kind of story. You are pretending that there is some way to describe this, that your life is a real story. My name is so-and-so, and I do so-and-so, and I've experienced so-and-so. This is no. No to every thought. No to every idea. No to every experience. No. 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 Doesn't matter what you say, doesn't matter what you think, doesn't matter what your opinion is. Okay, Maria, how does one detach from ego and the lack of empathy that comes with it? So we have to recognize that there is no ego. The ego is like a dream. It's like a thought that literally, and this is the tipsy-turvy aspect of this, all right? The ego is as real, yourself, your idea of accumulated habit patterns and energies that you call a self, is as real as a thought. Ultimately. So when we empathize that, or when we realize that, or when we experience that, because we have faith, because we're open, because we're not caught up in thinking, everything opens up. Everything is renewal. Everything is new beginning. Now, when everything is open like that, when there's this renewal like that, the ego, the self that reacts, is no longer reactionary. It's more like everything becomes an invitation for engagement. Engagement through the openness of stepping back. That there's nothing to do, that there's nowhere to go, that it's not possible for there to be a problem in anything. The problem is in your own mind. And the attachment to the idea that there can be problems out there means that you are totally unequipped to deal with problems out there and the consistency of problems within yourself. We don't need translation, we need faith. We need generosity. A lot of people can't hear what's being said here because they don't have a relationship with generosity. They don't have a relationship with making donations. They don't have a relationship with self-sacrifice. They think in a subtle way, in a subconscious way, in a very clear and transparent way, they think that this is about them. This is pure, unbridled insanity. And also, to my sadness and to my disappointment, they're in such a hurry. And these people of the world that are in such a hurry, it's really depressing. I bet, especially as a child, you know, I feel sometimes in myself, like there's a child in myself. And to look around with those big, bright, wide eyes and to see that everybody's in a hurry. Everybody's got somewhere to go. Everybody's got something to do. Everybody is so important. And I'm sorry, but it's all bullshit. And it's not even good bullshit. It's not even well composted bullshit. Not to be idealistic. It's not about being idealistic, because you can come back and enjoy and relax and be patient and not to be too wild and out of control about it. Not to be offended. But try again. Like people come in here and they want to stab me with a sword. Well, instead of trying to do that, why don't you realize that this is just something that's happening and you don't need to be in a fight or flight response about it. Okay? And thank you for your wonderful question, Maria, a new supporter, a new someone who's newly involved with the community. We as Westerners are totally unequipped for developing spiritual community and being spiritual teachers and being students. So it's very difficult for us, and we have to be very open and flexible, and we have to put a lot of weight into communication. As long as there's communication, it's very difficult for problems to happen that can't be solved. But when we don't feel like we can communicate, everything's a problem. Everything's just us waiting to blow our lid, blow our top off. Because it's like we've lost our trust and our faith in the reality, not in each other as egos, but in connection. And the reality of connection is something that I'm here to rainbow vibrate and open up and widen out. So we will see how far that goes, but I like that idea. And I believe in that idea. Even, you know, I would love to go around, you know, maybe someone wants to invite me to their home and wants me to come and visit or something like that. But is it really necessary to do that? Or can we make the best use of this as it is? Or starting a meditation center or whatever, or starting a course. I have people reaching out to me saying, you can't be live streaming for 10 hours a day. You need to do private calls with people and set up a course with people, and you know, people want to work more directly. This is direct work. And this is the best way to do it as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, good job, Jay. Okay, D. Reese, my friend D. Reese. You're pretty egotistical considering you're so zen, so you had an awakening and left the monkdom to teach us by telling us there's nothing to do and nowhere to go. We are literally together out here. Interesting. I don't know what that's about. I shave my head for the power. Don't chastise us, shame us, well, it's not about you. Honestly, there's a teaching going on here that's open for everyone, but not everyone's going to like it. And it's also not about people liking it. It's not about being nice. Okay, I'm not here to be nice. But it's nice. Can be very nice to be nice also. We're not here to endorse smoking weed or getting high or drinking alcohol or anything like that. I feel good when I get high is not something we're doing here, okay? You need to get out of your room and you need to get to work volunteering and donating and serving and all that stuff, not sitting in your room getting high, okay? If you can volunteer, if you can be a serious donor, if you can be a serious practitioner in the community, then later down the line we can talk about you want to smoke some weed every now and then. But we're not going to start with I like getting high and I know that that's right. We're not going to start with that. Especially for the kids. We're not teaching kids here to get high and get smoked and drugged up. And if that's not what it is for you, then that's not what it is for you. You don't need to defend that. If you believe in hell and heaven, see, nothing here is personal. Uh-oh. But it has to be, but it doesn't. Okay? Someone talking about heaven and hell. Copa, just relax a little bit and let me know. Ooh, next up says I've got an above average IQ. Yo. I'm gonna enable the brain gain. Hold on. It hasn't even been plugged in. Come on. Okay. Everybody ready? Let's get some big W's in the chat. Let me know if there's a sound quality difference here. I really need to know about that. I don't know why I like that so much. Yo. Sparkles in the brain. Yo. Increasing IQ. Yo. Do what I'm doing. Yo. Activate the brain. Activate all the parts of the brain. Put sparkles in the brain. Yo. IQ activation. Yo. Yeah, monks are allowed to have phones, computers, and money. Most of the time, most temples allow that, but I don't. I'm not a monk now, but I was a monk for 7 years. And it's not the same to be a monk for 7 years or to just be like studying Buddhism for 7 years. Okay, Ethan's connecting with me. Copa Gaming, yeah, Copa Gaming, you're very delusional. So if you can try to ask your question again in a more simple and direct way, then that's going to work. Use simple language because your question right now is like discombobulated. It's like your ego is discombobulated and delusional, like you're dizzy, like you're drunk, or like you're on SSRIs or something like that. It's very discombobulated. Oh, I appreciate you. Next up. Thank you for your little comment there. Okay, D. Reese, timelessness, my own drugs, I'm high on life. What is the Dharma, the truth, the way out of suffering, the teaching of the Buddha, the teaching of nothing at all? It's raining, it's calming, telepathy, don't seek telepathy. It's so hard to detach from thoughts. I want to make this very, 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 very clear. Not for my own personal benefit. It's very hard to detach from thoughts because you do not have a relationship with generosity in your life, AJ Brand. You do not have a relationship with generosity in your life, which means that you are impractical and largely self-fixated. So the self becomes impractical when we don't know how to practice generosity. If you're a 20, 30-year-old man here in this live stream or whatever, and you've got a bank account, you've got a job, whatever, and you're here listening to these teachings, receiving this content, this information, this class, this course, you're digesting it, you're taking it in, you take it seriously. You just do that and it's free. You don't owe anything. It's for you. Is it not worth anything? So we have to consider about practicing generosity seriously. That's actually not even concerned with that explanation of, what don't you owe me? Because when we don't know how to practice generosity, that mindset of don't you owe me is actually overriding our capacity to be clearly aware of what's happening right now. And when we don't have a connection to literally recognizing something that we're attached to, or recognizing something that we don't want to do, and giving that away, how are you going to give away your thoughts or your compulsive thought stream? You don't have a relationship with willingly giving up what you're attached to, concerned with no thoughts, concerned with the ending of suffering, concerned with no ego, etc. I hope that answered your question, AJ. Good job, Pancake. Take care. Well, clowns are okay. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, Mandy, welcome. Oh, look at all these good. It's okay to take SSRIs, Adam. We just have to be extra careful, extra mindful, extra sincere, etc. Wow, AJ's really wanted the answer to that question. Tell me about you, AJ. How old are you? Where do you live? Okay, I like that, Wichitaj. But can you back it up? Ooh, Burt McKenzie, I like that too. But can you back it up? I like that, Rudo. That's the right spirit. Mr. Meme, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I am Buddhist philosophy. I emanate Buddhist philosophy. I am Buddhist practitioner. Great. Oh, no, I don't just want money. I want a lot of things, but mostly I want the ending of suffering. Mostly I want to be free. Buford, go and shove your opinion up your ass. What don't you understand about that? For God's sakes, man. Buford, what are you doing here watching a man like me? Rudo, that's a good one again. I love that. I love that spirit, Rudo. Yes, AJ, that's correct. You can't let go of thoughts because you're not generous enough. There's nothing flippant about having deep and meaningful connections with each other, concerned with mindfulness and detachment and the ending of suffering. Buford, who cares? Shut up and get out of here, for God's sakes. Of course, you're very welcome, Buford, but you know what I mean. You either want to be here or you don't. You're either here to learn or you're not. Pretending to be some kind of objective observer, you're not some kind of objective observer. You're not a scientist. You're here to learn. You're not here looking at me in the eyes and challenging me with your presence. You're just watching this by yourself and listening to someone teach. You're in no position to share your recommendation. I'm not coming to your house, Buford. I'm not interested in your live stream. I'm not interested ultimately in what you have to say. I'm not listening to you teach or share about your opinion. It's almost like you've reversed our roles. Like you're pretending that you're me and you're pretending that I'm you. You're here listening to someone teach and give advice. I'm here teaching and giving advice. So be patient. We're not getting to that just yet, Buford, but we'll look at that again. So next up, how does someone stop feeling bad for themselves if they have been giving back for 15 years? I'm 33, watching my life slip away, taking care of my 2 sick parents full time. You are addicted to feeling bad for yourself. You are addicted to the sense of moroseness, depression. You empathize with your suffering. You empathize with the identity of being the victim, of being someone who's going through it, of being someone who has to do something. You don't have to do anything. You can walk out the door and let your parents die, if that's what you want to do. You can do that. Who's stopping you from taking a trip to Thailand and saying, look, folks, I'm going, call the police, get somebody to take care of you, but I've got somewhere to be, I've got somewhere to go. I'll help you do that, frankly. So you need to take responsibility, not for taking care of your parents, you need to take responsibility for your own freedom. And that you already have your own freedom. And that you're making a choice to give back for 15 years. There's a lot of options, internally, mentally, perspective-wise, that can be shifted or changed or put into practice. And there are also a lot of material or practical options. But you can't think of any options when you are identifying with this person, and I know you've shared this before, I remember, this person who's a victim of their own self-sacrifice. That's not self-sacrifice, it's self-indulgence. Okay? So you need to stop and step back. Okay? I want to get a camera, I want to get some remote viewing and see what that situation is. Is everything completely clean? Is everything spick and span? Is it fresh? Or does it smell like rot and trash and sickness and old age and death? So you really need to stop this empathizing with this paralyzed, depressed victim that you are making yourself to be, because you're not that, but you're empathizing so much with that idea. And we get addicted not just to pleasure, we get addicted to pain. We get addicted not just to being on cloud 9 with a big stupid smile on our face, but also to walking around with a frown. Because there's not a real true self that's picking and choosing, oh, I want to be happy. Oh, I want to be depressed. We get addicted to where our habit energies are. So you have to allow the intervention to take place. Your parents are going to die anyway. And you're going to die too. So what's there to be depressed about the situation that you're in? You're watching your life slip away. Your life is slipping away. You can die at any day, any moment. Death is your inheritance. Next up. So I think you need to do a little bit of, you have to really practice to detach from your understanding. Next up. You need to make use of another understanding. It's not that my understanding is better or more right or whatever, or anything like that. But you have to recognize that your understanding about this doesn't work. Your understanding about this is not reliable. You have to detach, you have to sacrifice your own understanding about the situation so that you can be in a practical position to practice with this, the situation that you're in, which is not the situation that you think that you're in. I'm going to so angry my foot up your ass, Dazenzi. You either shut up and listen or you get out, or I will remove you with my power. Same to you here, there, gone. People think this is about them. This is not about you. If this is about anything, it's about me helping you to remove your own head out of your own ass and to replace it with my foot. I'm not joking around. I'm not playing around. You're not in charge here. This isn't for you. This isn't about you. Matthew, this is my live stream. All right, I have to back it up. And friends, I'll tell you, I'm going to hit you on the head. I'm going to punish you if you're sitting here and you're getting involved with all the different comments. This is not here for you to get involved with all the different comments, to get involved with all the trolls. Do not give random people a position of authority or a place of relevance in your mind of awareness while you're in this class, while you're in this training, while you're having this experience. This is a time for mindfulness and detachment. You're flipping through the comments. I'm gonna flip through your comments, okay? Do not do that. Pause, step back. One of the ways that you can stop comments is to scroll up, and you won't keep seeing this new influx of comments, okay? Not in a hurry. When we're reading comments like that, we get in the spirit of being in a hurry. These are just anonymous random people spewing bullshit as far as we know. A lot of them are. I'm here to sift through the shit, find the seeds that are good, to digest them, to create a fruit, and to give it back to all of you. But if you're all just playing with shit and sifting through shit, it's going to be you that's covered in shit. Okay? Exactly what I said. Next up, you are not here to get involved with what random people think. Next up, this is a perpetuation of you attaching to your own understanding. Next up, your understanding is wrong. Your understanding is wrong. So when you're responding to people's comments, you're commenting about the general consensus of how people are acting, whether it's correct or incorrect, or people agree with it or people don't. You're just propping up your addiction to your understanding. Your understanding is wrong. Your attachment is to your understanding. Your attachment is to your sense of feeling. Stop. Stop. AJ Brand, your ears and your eyes are so full of garbage and self-fixation and attachment that you can't hear what I'm saying. People think that this is like an opportunity to just talk, to just blabber on and on and on and share their thoughts and share their experience and share their problems. Shut up and listen. And if I start to engage with you, why is your head all up in the clouds? You should be listening to every single word that is said. If you ask me a question and I give you an answer, and then I ask you a question, you better respond directly, quickly, immediately to precisely what I asked you. I said, how old are you? I said, what do you do in your livelihood? I didn't ask you to share more thoughts about what you have going on. Let's not miss out on this opportunity. Brian White, I'm the kind of monk that kicks ass, takes names, and chews bubblegum. And guess what? I don't believe in names. And I don't got any bubblegum. Let it go, let it flow, relax, cry, fall apart. It's all this worrying about falling apart. Just fall apart. Let everything fall apart. It's going to fall apart anyway, no matter what you do. Your unwillingness to let it all fall apart. Next up. And I was talking about the other guy that I asked the question to. You're unwilling, and look, they ran away. Now they're nowhere to be seen. They had a real question. They had real thoughts to share. their head is lodged in their ass, and not everybody is open enough to remove their head from their ass. I know that you are next up. That's why my job now is to replace the space where your head was in your ass with my foot. Not to get frustrated by frustration. Ah, okay, AJ. Well, I can see, so that's your problem. You smoke weed, you're a dopehead, you're a stoner. Okay, you're an addict. You have to relax. You have to reprioritize the life that you live. You have to take this seriously, man. I'm here to help you out. We're in a really good place right now. And I'm so happy that everyone is here together with me. The Dhamma is flowing. I can see it, I can feel it. The Dhamma is flowing. The heart is opening. The space is there. The space is being felt. The detachment. The detachment. We're learning to be with fear and to be with the unknown in a non-conceptual way. We're oftentimes grasping into thoughts to cope with the profoundness of unknowing. We're learning to be solid in unsolidity. We're learning to be unbounded in boundlessness. We're learning to relax the relaxing itself. We're learning to uncling the clinging itself, to readjust in a way that's not about thinking, and that that's in a way of not about clinging onto a way of thinking or a way of understanding. We don't always have the liberty of understanding. We don't always have the freedom to be in a position of power. So this is learning about how to not be in control. This is learning about how to not be the boss. This is learning how to be mindful and not attached. This is learning how to recognize the silence. This is learning how to stop people from just commenting randomness. You're welcome to breathe together with me as we have a new and special, undeniable experience. Are you ready? Relax the body, relax the mind. Relax, 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 relax. Relax, 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 yo man it up, wait la 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 yo 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 wah 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 yo 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 wah 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 yo 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 yo. I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, put your hearing ears on. And we are a little bit afraid. We have to start being honest about with ourselves. We have a lot of fear within us. We have a lot of seeds of fear planted within us. And that, it leads us to a lot of aversionary ways of living that limit our experience. Now, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that these mics actually have there's more clarity, there's more fidelity in these mics here. So listen closely, smile, relax, suffering, to be with suffering. We're not here to not suffer. There's suffering, friends. Don't let your ego tell you otherwise. Life is suffering. Now tell me if there's not more fidelity here than there was before. And I'm actually going to check for myself. I'm not just going to depend on what the people here say. There's more fidelity in that, isn't there? 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 More fidelity in that, isn't there? More fidelity isn't that, isn't there? not in the usual way of thinking. It sounds muffled now? Really? How about this? It sounds blunted, it sounds muffled. Oh, Amitovho, 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 Amitovho. Amitovho, 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 Amitovho. Amitovho, 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 Amitovho. Amitovho, 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 Amitovho. So do we generally consider that this microphone is ultimately has a greater sense of clarity to it, this microphone that we have here? You know, people wonder about why is this guy so, what's the deal with microphones? What's the deal with sounds? Well, it's almost like I'm upgrading your ears. So I want to know that you can hear me clearly and as closely as you can. Also that this is a major part of our mind that we may not be aware of up to this point. We like special experiences. We like stimulating experiences. We are predisposed to believe that special experiences are good for us, whether they're positive or negative or neutral. And the teaching here is that there's no need to experience anything in particular. There's no need to do any special exercise or practice. There are a lot of different exercises and practices that we can do, but ultimately we don't have to do one or the other. It's like you might see me doing that breathing exercise. It certainly gives an effect. Then you get this idea, well, Bante's doing it, or Mr. Rob's doing it, Mr. Monk Life Meditation is doing it, so now I've got to start doing that. But no, it's actually how do we step back from that compulsion to be doing things, to be involved with things, to be taking all the on identity after identity of being the doer. So do nothing. Think nothing. Because this is your chance to actually develop in the Dhamma. It's just that most people are so comfortable in the modern world that they don't have the blessings or the encouragement or the incitement to begin to practice the Dhamma, to cultivate, to question, to investigate, to open, to relax and release the whole body and mind, to actually learn how to use their own eyes and their own ears and their own heart and their own gut to determine what is here to be made use of, what here is reliable, what here is not reliable. Busy day at the office, huh? Here, listen to this. This is from one of these. So in the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, which is like a society, a social society, and a culture, and like a political system as well. In the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, there are various different like people who are reincarnated. So when we think about Buddhism and like authority in Buddhism, like who gets to sit in the high seat of being the Dhamma teacher, or the people that pay, the person that people pay respect to and stuff like that, usually we think about monks. But the Tibetan Buddhism system has this thing called tulkus. So if basically they say that once a great master dies, they can choose to be reborn in like the body of a child. And then they have a system and process for identifying that child that the previous great master was, has been reincarnated into. And so this guy right here, this guy is a very famous tulku. And he's primarily famous because of the enlightened master that he's supposed to be the reincarnation of. So since being a child, he's kind of been treated as this reincarnation of an enlightened master. So he's been retreated as like a prince or a king. He's not the prince or king of Tibet or of Tibetan Buddhism, but in this school of Buddhism, he's considered to be a coming again of that enlightened master. So because of that, even though Tibetan Buddhism is a monastic tradition, where most of the teachers and most of the people who get the respect and donations and support are monks, he is like a monk that doesn't have to be a monk, basically. Like his being, his innate being, the idea is that he is inherently enlightened because he's reborn from this person in the past. Now, what this can also be connected to is this idea of an Ariya Sangha. So an Ariya Sangha would be people who have stepped into the path of enlightenment. So you would get much more blessings and you would be in a much more fruitful situation if you were to be following an Ariya Sangha member rather than someone who's just a monk but is not an Ariya. So what an Ariya means is to be at least a Sotapanna, or some traditions they call it a first stage Arahat. And what that means is that you no longer have attachment to rites and rituals. You no longer believe in the self view. Like the notion of a real true self is it's not believable, in the same way that maybe if someone told you that you were made out of car parts, that wouldn't be believable. For someone to say that you are a particular kind of person or that you are a self is unbelievable. And 3, has full faith in we say Buddhism, but it's really full faith in the path of enlightenment. And that's what Buddhism is, that's the context. And so then you're stepping up on these developments of the deepening of the realization of Nibbana, basically. So what we want to do, if we're considering ourselves to now be, my knee was very painful, to be like taking up this interest in the spiritual path, you want to be identifying teachers or people that you consider to be enlightened, or to have that depth of wisdom that's not about complicated beliefs or complicated rites and rituals, right? And so then you take refuge in their wisdom. You take refuge in their enlightenment. It's really your enlightenment, but you take refuge in that, and you learn to detach from your own understanding and allow their way of being and their presence and their teachings to be a guiding force in your life. You develop a real connection with them that's not based on them being the Mr. Beast of Buddhism, or them being the ASMR entertainer of mindfulness and detachment or whatever, but in them being a reminder of enlightenment, and you taking that as a priority, that that's something you want in your life. This is how we walk and we step and we go in the direction of developing to become enlightened, to becoming, having a degree of enlightenment ourselves. And it's an empty model, but it's a very practical and realistic model, and it's something that we don't approach like trying to get a promotion in our job, but it's like our deepening of faith, our deepening of willingness to be aware of what is rather than thinking about things, and then to detach from or to abandon or to forgive or to renounce that which has been thought about up to this point. And from that platform, that's where we talk about supporting one another. That's where we reach out and say, hey, I need help. That's where we reach out and we make a commitment to support in some way, right? That's where we say, okay, I want to go and volunteer at the meditation center, or I want to go and listen to a Dhamma talk, or I need help, etc. We have to first develop faith and reaffirm our interest in involvement with mindfulness and detachment, concerned with doing good deeds, concerned with the ending of suffering. That's what we're doing here. That's what this is about. Now people say, well, wait a minute, ultimately you're just this guy who's live streaming on YouTube. This isn't actually real. This is just another person doing a live stream on YouTube and talking about things, and who really cares? This isn't safe, this isn't reliable, this doesn't really mean anything. You're just talking stuff, right? So I want to make it very clear. If you are in danger, or if you are in the field of blessings where you are ready or looking to abandon your life, become a monk or a nun or a full-time volunteer, or you have found yourself to be living in your car in Detroit, you can reach out to me. You can let me know that you're ready to go, and I will help and support and facilitate you to make sure that you have a place to live and stay and be a volunteer concerned with this stuff for the rest of your life, point blank, period. In America, in different places around the world, it's going to be according to your blessings. It's not like I'm a billionaire flying people around, but if that's really your position, then you can go to become a volunteer or become a meditator, become a yogi, become a monk or a nun for short-term or long-term, etc. And I'm here to be an in-between for those kinds of things. But ultimately, we don't need to be in a hurry, and we don't need to go somewhere else to realize where we already are, which is ultimately nowhere. But we can. It's just like some people, because when I used to be a monk earlier this year, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, so I know a lot about these communities and these systems and in the stage of enlightenment and meditation masters and people who've been practicing for decades. I've spent a lot of time living with those people. They used to say, well, you ran away from your life, you ran away from your responsibilities. And the fundamental matter of fact is that you cannot run away from yourself. You cannot run away from your life. Wherever you go, that is where you will be. And that is, in fact, where you are. And that is the starting place for working with our lives and our mind, right? So just as much as you have to stay, you don't have to stay. Just as much as you have to go, you don't have to go. And this is where we go from this extremism of being in a state of psychosis or being in a state of desire or fear to finding this middle space. It may not be the middle way where you're now, walking on the razor's edge of mindfulness and detachment and truth, but the middle way, the middle space where you can now say, okay, I want to go and live in Thailand and be a volunteer. So I'm going to save up some money, and then I'm going to reach out to Bante, Mr. Monk, Rob, whatever it is, so that I can do that. Or, you know, something in me really wants to, you know, like, can I invite Mr. Rob somewhere, or can I support in some way, or is there a way that Mr. Rob can support me in some way, right? Whatever it is, from this place of a middle space. That's where the connection is. Not needing to do something, not needing to do something. And we can enjoy this space very deeply. We can bring up a sense of reverence about this space. We can relax and release the whole body and mind reliably in this space. A little fan. Is that too loud? Is the fan going to be a problem? Because I have to dry off. I'm soaking wet from being in the graveyard. Now, in terms of what we can do, right? Because maybe you're inspired and now you're interested in being on the path of meditation, and you know, you want to take it seriously, right? My advice, what I would say, is that if you found someone who you can relate to as a teacher or as a leader or as a practitioner that has more experience than you, and they are available and accessible to you, don't think about what to do, just prioritize following and supporting them so that they can prioritize sharing with you and leading you and supporting you. That's honestly what I would say. That's the easiest, it's the most direct, and it's where you can, you know, work out what could be a big problem of following someone or working with someone's teachings that's not going to work with you and not going to benefit you. I mean, I can't imagine my 10-year-old self, my 12-year-old self, my 14-year-old self having any connection to anybody, frankly. So to be able to have a connection like this and to sustain it and to deepen it and to make it a sacred space, that's A+ in my book for little Rob, for baby Rob, for young boy Rob. Really, I don't care what other people think about it. That's your problem. What I think about it is my problem. So I'm here to deal with my problem. You're here to deal with your problem. And we shouldn't get it mixed up between us. The people who are worried or concerned about my problem are lunatics. They don't understand what's being talked about here. They don't understand what's being pointed out here. If I'm angry, that's my problem. And I do have anger in me, don't I? And that we're doing the work of transforming it, of transmuting it, right? Purifying it so that it's pure, so that it's not defiled, so that it's not corrupt, so that there's not this background of biases in it. Purifying the greed energy, purifying the anger energy, purifying the delusion energy. And this is all a part of the process, dear friends, dear community. And please, one of the ways that you can donate, and it's really help a lot, one of the ways that you can support is by writing me a letter. Write me a letter, write me an email. Let me know about where you're at. Let me know about what your experience is. Let me know about what your spiritual background is. Let me know what you're trying to get out of this. It really helps a lot. Give me an experience report of what you're getting through the teachings. Please, you know? And we've got the people who's, you know, sniffing their own butts like dogs and animals, snickering and laughing. This isn't serious. This isn't serious. This isn't real. And honestly, it's up to you how real you make this. For me, it can't get real more. It can't get more real than this. Yeah, send me a email. A email. What is a email? An email. You can tell me about your financial situation. You can tell me about, you can send me pictures. Next up, tell me about your financial situation. Take pictures of your house and send them to me. Take pictures of your parents and send them to me. Let me see the room where you sleep. Let me see the living conditions. It's not just for you to talk about your ego or to whine or to tell me what you're going through. It's to share what has value to you. Share your experience. Stop missing and start surrendering. For anybody who wants to get spiritual work and spiritual support, etc. Take pictures of where you live. Tell me about your, your working situation. Whatever. Give. Practice giving so I have something to make use of in terms of helping and supporting you. Because otherwise, I just don't know. And it's also not to be in a hurry. It's going to take time. But if you're, you want to get involved, you want to support, you want to donate, that's one of the ways that you can donate. How happy I would be, how blessed I would be. I'd be much more blessed if if a 14-year-old boy who likes to stay in here and troll or whatever, how old they are, told me about their life and shared with me about their experience, in a letter, what have you, in an email. I'd be much more happy to receive something like that than a monetary donation or something like that. When we're talking about really taking this seriously, okay, and you taking this as a relationship with a teacher, with someone you really trust, with someone you really believe in and have faith in, we're not just talking about sending $20 in the mail, okay? We're talking about donating properties, donating land, donating possessions, asking, what do you need? How can I help you? Are you going somewhere? Or what can I do? That's the degree of involvement that we're taking up and picking up. Just FYI. Nobody has to do anything. You don't have to watch this. You don't have to be involved with me. I'm just saying that's the kind of energy and practice that we're working with here. We're not, oh, this is my entertainer, this is the course that I signed up for, okay? And this is information that a lot of Western people who may feel tuned in and connected to this would not otherwise have information about. That this is normal, that this is the degree to which the relationship should be in. Okay? Should be in is more like the degree of vulnerability, the degree of responsibility, the degree of sensitivity that we're working with. I know, Adam, but don't sweat the small stuff. Don't let it get to you. Just relax. Remember, monkey see, monkey do. If you spend your whole life following around Matthews, you might as well just be scrolling on TikTok. You might as well just be signing up for Andrew Tate's next course. Let Matthew be Matthew. Let the teacher be the teacher. Let Brother Bante X. Let Mr. Rob be Mr. Rob. Relax, be here, feel that presence, feel that energy. Monkey see, monkey do. Sitting here, closing my eyes. Pretend that you know how to meditate. Pretend that you know how to relax. Pretend that you know how to breathe and not think about things. And just relax and just be. Let Matthew be Matthew. Let you be you and just step back and be uninvolved with all of it. Enjoy that. You know, this is one of the biggest problems we get in meditation. We're looking at the clock, or we're seeing how many miles we ran, or, you know, are the dishes done or not? And this is just a moment. It's instantaneous. Release and relax. That's momentless. Not having any expectations. Not taking a position, not holding on to an understanding. There is so much of life that we don't know. There is so much of the world that we don't understand. There are so many ways to be human. There are so many ways to be in connection with each other. There are so many ways to be in connection with the self. There are so many ways to see through the thought of self, to connect with non-self. To connect with not being someone, not doing something. And the ego kind of frizzes and frazzles. It gets an electric kind of sense to it. You just, yeah, whatever. Rest into that, relax into that, deepen into that, widen out through that. Cut beyond it, go right through it. To the continuous widening out and brightening out. No, hey, everybody here, block away. Use that block button. For me, when I block, it blocks for everyone. It hides for everyone. For you, it just blocks for you. So block people, block everybody, block anybody, because I'm the puppet master. I'm the puppet master, right? 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 I'm the puppet master, aren't I? No. No, Shelley, you're not allowed to do that. Shelley, you can't do that because you're a moderator. If you hide it, it hides it for everybody. Once in a while, okay. Use your discretion once in a while, but a lot of the times it would maybe interfere with some of my handling. But that's nice. That's nice to experience that, Shelley, together. Everyone else can hide anybody, but Shelley has to deal with more people because she's more responsible. No, I'm not, am I? Yes, you are moderator, but don't moderate unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't think about moderating. Let me moderate. Because a lot of the times I'm keeping those people coming because in some sense they're kind of sadomasochistic, so they want to be sacrificed. They come around, we talked about this before, I don't know if you hear, but they sacrifice me, Mr. Monk, sacrifice me, monk guy, and they're playing it up and they're hamming it up and all these kinds of things. They want to be blocked, they want to be hidden, they want validation. And then once you do hide them or block them, then I've been sacrificed, I win again, because they have this kind of masochistic thing going on. So that's one of the reasons it's important. I can do it. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay, Shelley. Relax. See, that's what happens. The moment we start to get responsibility in this kind of thing, we get really, everything becomes twisted and tangled. So it's much better that we just, no responsibility, no doing forward, no doing backwards. Just relax, 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 the whole body and mind. Wah, wah, wah. Okay? It can get very confusing very fast. Really. It can get very confusing very fast. And actually, it's nobody else's fault. It's nobody else's responsibility. Because we get involved with the other person. And then the other person, I'm not talking about you, Shelley, in particular, anybody in particular, but the other person gets confused, and then we're trying to like deconfuse the other person. But trying to deconfuse the other person can become our own confusion. So we have to be as free as we can. That's our way of being able to cultivate. And so it's like for me, if I'm not sitting up here as the teacher, or as the Dhamma king, or as the slicer, then there's all kinds of different opinions and everybody's coming in to say something and do something and la-di-da-di-da, just goes on and on forever. So this is like the stopping and the ending and the resolving. I think that's one of the most important things, that when people like practice meditation very seriously, and what like Master Yonghua is really, I'm a big Master Yonghua fan a lot of the times. What Master Yonghua is really big about is like, when you force people to endure, they know better than to get involved, because they know how difficult it is to be alive. They know how deep suffering is, how real suffering is. So more careful, more hesitant, more careful and more hesitant. I've already got the power, Dan DC. What are you talking about? We are, everybody, I want to get some big W's in the chat. I do have to return the motorcycle today and maybe go to visit a man. There's a temple man here that has a temple. I may need to go see that. So our live stream might be shorter than usual today, but we are already at 300 likes. Get out of here. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Big likes in the chat. This is an incredible situation, incredible experience. There's no doubt that I've got the power, and there's no doubt that you've got the power too. What does that mean? It means there's nobody here having anything. So we're opening to that. We're opening to that. And so like when you're sitting cross-legged, like I am right now, there starts to be a pain. There starts to be a pain in the knee. And so what is it like? Because if we're just compulsively acting and reacting, right? If we're compulsively acting and reacting, then it's like pain, go away, pain bad, woozoo, 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 woozoo. bald man bad, etc. But if we have the mindfulness and detachment, it's a practical application. It's a real experience, right? So I'm mindful of, I'm willingly, I'm intentionally open to and mindful of that pain in my knee. And not attachment is not reacting. So it's not that I to my knee or something, or I my knee, pain, go away pain. But I'm aware of my knee and I'm not doing anything about it. I'm not avoiding it. That is mindfulness and detachment. That's something that we can practice together. That's something we can practice during these live streams. You, for example, if you know a little bit about yoga or you know a little bit about sitting cross-legged, I mean, it's not that complicated. When you join in for this live stream, you can sit cross-legged, you can sit upright and just stay tuned for the ride and consider this as a guided meditation and see what happens. And in the same way that we can step back from reactivity, we can be mindful in the pain in the knee, and we can see what happens without attaching, without avoiding. Certainly we don't want to get it. We don't want more pain. So that's mindfulness and detachment. It's not that complicated. We're live, Project Kid. It's not that big, special, complicated, convoluted, spiritual mumbo jumbo thing. I'm really connecting with this a lot lately. It's a vigorous, it's a bright ordinariness. It can be said better than that, to say it's just but it's that ordinariness. It's that not about better or worse. It's that not attaching to the phrases and the words of others and the beliefs that we've come up at. Yeah, we're uninvolved. We're aware and uninvolved. We are allowing. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be me. Don't talk about it, do it. Don't be a punk. Get on the court and play. Don't you want to play? I do. Not enough for me to just sit around and be a punk. I want to play. I want to be involved. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing. For some reason, this song was kind of a sensitive song for me. It's a trauma resonance. It's how we heal it. I'm allowing me to be free. I'm allowing my power. I'm allowing well-being. I'm allowing my path to light up before me. I'm allowing everything to just be as it comes to me. I'm shining brightly. I'm allowing, easily allowing all my dreams to be in the right timing. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be free. I'm allowing my worth. I'm allowing my brilliance. I'm allowing my path to unfold now before me. I'm allowing everything to just be as it comes to me. I'm shining brightly. I'm allowing, easily allowing all my dreams to be in the right timing. Allowing me to be me. I'm allowing me to be free. I'm allowing my worth. I'm allowing my brilliance. I'm allowing my path to unfold now before me. I'm allowing everything to just be as it comes to me. I'm shining brightly. I'm allowing, easily allowing all my dreams to be in the right timing. I'm allowing death me to be me. I'm allowing trauma me to be free, to be me. I like that idea. I like the idea of sometime, having like a somatic experiencing workshop, you know, where I can yell and scream and ring bells and things like that. That'd be really cool, really fun to do. But that is, I mean, what we're talking about, the things that we don't want to talk about. We're talking about dealing with our trauma, with dealing with the worst case scenario experiences that we've gone through. We're talking about bringing up and thinking about the worst things that we've ever done. We're talking about thinking about and bringing up the worst things that have ever happened to us. But we're doing it in the right way. We're doing it in the way of mindfulness and detachment. We're doing it in the way of no self. To do that, we need faith. We need patience. We need generosity. We need kindness. We need to dare to be compassionate in an impersonal way, to be open to the limitlessness of this space. That our traumas do not define us, that our desires do not define us, that our fears do not define us, that the horrible things we've done in our life do not define us, and that those things are real as much as they are worthwhile to be mindful of and not attached to put into the furnace of mindfulness and detachment, to put into the furnace of wisdom and compassion. Okay? there's a lot of different kinds of spirituality, but the good rule of thumb for Buddhism is that it's concerned with no self, it's concerned with the ending of suffering, and concerned with non-duality, really non-dual truth. But I like to stick with the Taum bekanze bekanze maha bekanze ranza samungate soha Taum bekanze bekanze Mahabekanze Ranza Samungate Soha Eyatao Bekanze Bekanze Mahabekanze Ranza Samungate Soha Teyatao Bekanze Bekanze Mahabekanze Ranza Samungate Soha Teyatao Bekanze Bekanze Mahabekanze Ranza Samungate Soha Eyatao Bekanze Bekanze Mahabekanze Ranza Samungate Soha Eyatao Bekanze Bekanze Mahabekanze Ranza Samungate Soha. This is what happens when you don't stop. Om Bekanze Bekanze Mahabekanze Ranza Samungate Soha We're just getting started. This is only the beginning. Eyatao Bekanze Bekanze Mahabekanze Ranza Ranza samungate soha te atao bekanze bekanze maha bekanze Ranza samungate soha te atao bekanze bekanze maha bekanze Ranza samungate soha te atao bekanze bekanze maha bekanze Ranza samungate soha te atao bekanze bekanze maha bekanze Ranza samungate soha te atao bekanze bekanze maha bekanze Ranza samungate soha te atao bekanze bekanze maha bekanze Ranza samungate soha. Only this moment and absolutely not this moment. Bekanze bekanze maha bekanze Ranza samungate soha. Only this moment, and precisely not this moment. Questions, dear friends? Comments? Dear Assembly? Dear Dhamma Assembly? Questions? Before we finish, I will also practice renunciation today by ending the live stream earlier than I'd like to. So I can go and see about nothing. Yeah? Other people's egos don't matter. It's just your ego that matters. Okay? How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? Everybody feel good? Chanting, learning how to chant, is one of the quick ways that we can intervene when the mind is getting topsy-turvy or negative or weird or stuff starting to happen. Ignore it and practice the chanting mantra. You're welcome, Mars Logo. I hope you'll stay tuned. And one of the things that I'm going to try and work on as you know, these live streams are as regular as possible and as lengthy as possible, is to make these kind of short videos of myself walking around or sharing about a topic or you know, kind of like guided meditation. So please do see if you can make the time to, you know, just kind of a way to be one-on-one together. You know, and see how you can really listen, how you can really receive, how you know, what are you going to do with that? Like meeting a new friend that's, you know, open to being with you totally and completely, but not in the way we usually think about it, not in terms of the ego, which is convenient, trust me, convenient for the both of us. You get some people, they get really excited, they get really worked up. Ah, you're my guru, you're my master. And then, you know, they burn themselves out. So I don't need to be your guru, I don't need to be your master. Just let it be what it is and don't limit what it is. Yes, that makes sense? Well, if it's relaxing, I'm gonna have to learn how to scream a little bit louder, aren't I? And it's so remarkable how can it appear that way and be the way that it is? You know what I mean? How is that possible? Seems like it shouldn't be possible, right? It's like impossible. So that's the impossibility principle that we're working with. Nobody can be a certain way. Good or bad or right or wrong. Oh my goodness. Look at this outside here. And remember there was one of the TikToks or one of the short videos, the vertical short videos on YouTube. So is that Amitabha, or let's just say it's the Buddha? The Buddha on top, Guru Padmasambhava in the middle. So this is actually a Mahayana Buddha. So it's a Mahayana Buddha up top, Guru Padmasambhava, who's said to be the second Buddha, in the middle, and then here is traditional Theravada Buddha. Deyata Om Bekanze Bekanze Mahab Bekanze Raja Samungate Soha. And a lot of the high monks, they say that like cancer is from attachment. So if you can learn mindfulness and detachment, you can fix it. That's what they say. And it's true for a lot of sicknesses. You know, why do some people get sick and others don't? Some people are really stressed and worked up and self-fixated and attached. Mental illness and physical illness go together, you know? That's why that person came in and said, you know, why can't I detach from my thoughts? Why is it so difficult to detach from my thoughts? And they have no relationship at all with generosity. It's the material meets the mental. And we might have some high ideal, as especially many meditators do, or Western meditators have quite a high ideal of, well, I don't need to practice generosity. I don't need to make donations. I don't need to volunteer because I'm just meditating my way straight to enlightenment. And what they don't realize is that the simple and what mostly relates to your normal life and the normalness of your ego is what you should practice generosity with. Because a lot of times people's headspace or people's mind space isn't valuable to them. It's not something they attach to. It's something they want to get rid of. So it's like they're trying to get rid of something that's not valuable to them to get something that's more valuable to them. And naturally, the ego just pervades, it just develops, you know what I mean? They don't get the wisdom. They don't get the detachment. And it's uncomfortable, right? I mean, like imagine if you went to a meditation center and it's not even that someone would be telling you what to do. but there was this constant reminder, like you have to come out of your room and be a part of the community and serve and volunteer and do good deeds, and that's what we're here to do, not to consume and leave a like or leave a comment or leave a dislike or whatever. You know what I mean? So what are we gonna do here? What are we gonna do now? Well, let's take a little bit of time. What are we gonna take a little bit of time for? 2:30, temple appointment. Because this man is inviting me to join him for a trip to Indonesia, so maybe I will do that. But it's a while away, you know, it's not soon, a couple weeks away. Okay. Take care, everybody. May you be well, may you be happy, may you be peaceful, may you be free from suffering. May whatever good effects or good experiences or blessings that you've gotten or that you feel inside of yourself from this practice, from this time together, whatever you've gotten, let's all make a vow together to share that, to offer that out, to give that towards all beings. Not to cling, not to self-fixate, not to hold on to, but to give, to open, to share, and really make a resolve to share our happiness, to share our peace, not trying to get other people to believe what we believe, but just to give out that energy, and especially to give out that listening and that emptying. And don't forget to empty the emptiness. Don't need to hold on to anything. Just relax, be natural, be free, and I hope to see you again very, very soon. Namaste. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Bye, everyone. And if you haven't already, you can watch the recent video I made walking backwards on the beach. Bye.